Good evening, everyone. The Los Gatos Town Council meeting of January 21st, 2025 is called to order. And we have a pretty full agenda today. So if you are planning to speak either at verbal communications or on a later item, please fill out a speaker card and provide it to our town clerk so that we can have people come up here. So to get started tonight, as I said, we have a full agenda, but we will start off with some things that are kind of fun. The first one is the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'd like to roll call. Yeah. Sorry. Let's do roll call here.
Councilmember Risto? Here. Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Badami?
Here.
Vice Mayor Moore?
Here.
Mayor Hoots?
Here. Oh. For pledge leaders, come on up. Come on up around this side. Yeah. There we go. Yep. Yep. Okay, so we have with us 4 members of the Stratford School, correct? Oh, Alta Vista, okay. So we have everyone in 4th grade? Yes, okay, at least I got that right. So we have Dia over here, and Dia enjoys running, art, and science, and reading, and has done some service day work on Martin Luther King holiday, doing library cleanup, has done work on garden to table community farming. We'll have more on our community garden a little bit later, and then making cards for seniors and helping seniors at the senior center. And we have Nithya, and Nithya is, her favorite subjects are math, music, physical education, and her activities are ballet, jazz dance, gymnastics, arts and crafts. And she has done some community service as well with the Magic Yarn Project, making wigs and beanies for kids with cancer and helping with the setup for the horse show in Saratoga. So thank you for that. And we have Sahara. Sahara is enjoys horse riding, classical dancing, songwriting, and ice skating. And last year, Sahara was the recipient of the Presidential Award for Volunteering Efforts. She has also been very active in volunteering her time at the Senior Center for Alzheimer's patients, as well as sharing her time in efforts to clean the environment and parks. And I'm doing this in alphabetical order. So the last one we have is Sophia. And Sophia enjoys history and soccer, and she has made cards for fellow Girl Scouts impacted by natural disasters and is also interested in community gardening. So let's go ahead and if you can lead us, speak up in the Pledge of Allegiance, face the flag over there, and you can hold
it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for doing that. And we'd like you to shake the hands of our council members. Yeah, I think we're going to make a circle here, so yeah. Congratulations, thanks. Congratulations. Congratulations. And how about a round of applause? Okay, thank you all for doing that, and we really appreciate it, and we're always looking for volunteers for our next meeting to lead us in the pledge. So the next thing that we have is commendations for our outgoing commissioners. And so I'm going to come down here. Again, I'm not getting used to this quite, but I'll come around this way. And could Ben Jensen, if he's here, Barry Cheskin, Larry Maggio, and any other commissioners who are outgoing, come up and join here while I present you with this certificate. So this is a commendation on behalf of the town, which calls out your duties on the commission that you've participated in. And we appreciate so much your contributing your time, your energy, and basically being a volunteer for the whole town. So there is a commendation for each of you. So Bent, there you go. Yes, applause is good. Barry and Larry, thank you so much. I'm going to quickly read, you can take your seats. I'm going to read off the names of the others who've completed. So Dornaz Mamarzia, Jeff Thompson, Dominic Broadhead, Andrew Howard, Leticia Ramos Maderos, Matthew Ober, Melanie Hansen, Catherine Janoff, Adam Mayer, and Joseph Manita have all served some numerous times, so we thank them as well, even though they couldn't make it. So the next item on the agenda are what we call the consent items. And so we have items 1 through 11 that are in our staff report. And these are generally items that are not controversial or are a final step in a process to enact something where a decision has been made. So I would just sort of first open this to council members as to whether they have any comments or questions, and then I'll open it to the public. Councilmember Rennie.
I'll just note that I'd like to vote no on item number 6.
Thank you. Do we need to record that separately, or can we do that as a group of consent items?
My recommendation is that that item be pulled so that it can be voted on separately at the end of the meeting.
Okay, and I did have a question on that item as well that I sent to staff earlier, so we will address item 6 at the end of the meeting. Any other questions or comments? I did have a comment, or more of a question, on the money authorized for vegetation management, number 9. And this is something that's very much top of mind, and we have an agenda item to talk about wildfire. We actually have several this evening that will touch on that. So my question about this is that this is a final contract adjustment. Have we expended all of what was received and authorized on vegetation management so far?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In our last report on our grants to FEMA, we've expended just under $114,000, and we've encumbered to expend going forward an additional $1.8 million.
Okay, so that's a substantial amount available for doing more of this kind of work.
Correct.
Okay, Terrific. So with that, I'll open this to public comment. Does the public wish to comment on any of the consent items? Not seeing anyone in the room. Are there any comments on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. So I would ask for a motion. Would a council member like to put forward a motion on the consent items? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I move to approve consent items 1 through 5 and 7 through 11.
Second.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Okay. Then I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Thank you. So now we can move to item 12. Item 12 is...
Excuse me, would the mayor like to take verbal communications on items that are not on tonight's agenda?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So verbal communications, and we have a number of cards here. Oh, wow. We have quite a few cards here.
Mr. Mayor, prior to going to that,
Yeah.
I think there was item 6 that was pulled and not considered. I don't know if there was a separate vote that the council needed to take on that.
I suggested that we cover that at the end of the meeting. That's, I think, with everything that we have, it would be better to do that. Okay, so I have 3 cards on verbal communications. And to remind people, verbal communications are on any items that are not on the agenda. The first card is Gus Hu. And so, Gus, would you please come forward? And we did receive some electronic communications for you in advance of this meeting, so thank you for doing that. Let's just wait till we get the microphone working so everyone can hear you. Not yet.
Test, test.
That seems to be working. So you can start again with your 3 minutes.
Well, it's 2:14, but I'll try to keep it short, I said. Suppression was one of them. What I sent on Lynn Avenue, the safety concerns, goes back to what I originally came in here for with the easement. And there's now to be underground lines behind Union Avenue, and they're blocking off the Union Avenue. It's hard to, the workers are to come in there. There's no parking on Lynn Avenue. I mean, when you park there, it's just, it'll be a nightmare for kids to come up. So I was trying to say, over Christmas vacation, they put in a yellow brick road around this intersection, but make that yellow brick road all the way down Lynn for safety issues, because that's what you need. I'm a prophetic dreamer, and I had a dream, and I showed the town clerk, but an hour or 2 hours before the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, I had a dream, and it's hard for me to communicate, but I could show you that offline. But it's one of those things that I'd like to bring up, say, because this is a really dangerous thing, and you're to get even more parking with the. You saw what I can't talk on that one. Water bills increases coming up. I think the community at large, the town's responsible to put out and say, where do we stand on that? Because it's just increasing like 33% to 40%. And I think everybody in the community and in different cities can get behind curbing or, finding out exactly why, because this should never happen. And then I also sent you in some Trump photos of, I don't know if you got this, but close-up pictures of Trump's ear. And I'm saying that it's a self-inflicted wound because it's on the web now. It's out there. It'll come out. And I was trying to bring that up before. And I believe right in what's happening in this world now, we're to be in a civil war. So that's, but because of the Democrats and the Republicans are fighting, and everybody's, pardoning each other. My family, you can't come after my family. You can't come after this. So, okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. On the issue of water and water costs, I think that we've noticed substantial changes whether you use more or whether you use less. And so this is something that I think we would like to consider at future town meetings. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. I'd like to move on to Heath Rocha from the Los Gatos Saratoga Union High School District.
Good evening. Heath Rocha from the high school district. As you said, I'm the current acting superintendent. Just have a couple words for the council and the community. Want to recognize our board president, Steve Chen, and our vice president, Catherine Singh, who joined me here this evening. At our January 14th, 2025 board meeting, our board approved an initial plan to transition from an at-large board election process to a by-trustee board process. As you may know, when this transition happens, it would mean that only voters who live within a given trustee's area can vote for the candidate or candidates who resides within that area. Our district covers approximately 146 miles, so it's important than ever to make sure that every area in our district has a voice and opportunity to participate in our feedback opportunities. We have created flyers for you and the community. I'll leave some for the council and for the community out front. That we wanted to share. Included are our upcoming public hearing dates, as well as a QR code to our district webpage on this topic to learn more. Thank you for your time, and please reach out to the contact information on the flyer if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and speaking with us. It's very important that we have a really close connection between our school districts and the town. So Mr. Rocha, thank you for coming, and don't be a stranger here. So take care. Okay, next is Catherine Summers from Centerpiece Flowers.
Good evening, Council. It's good to see you all again. My name is Catherine Summers, and I am the owner of Centerpiece Flowers at 242 North Santa Cruz Avenue. And I wanted to make sure, Mayor Hudes, you had mentioned that you'd gotten some electronic communication earlier. So I'm here to actually support one of those letters that came in from Denise Thornberry of the Tasting House. And she is talking a little bit about Village Lane and the possibilities and the potential of that lane that I think that we have that are undiscovered. And as you know, in my past life as the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce, I was always looking for kind of those hidden treasures in town that were somewhat undiscovered and underutilized. And now that I have a business down in that section of town, it is truly a gem that I think could really attract not only a lot of visitors, but a lot of new businesses as well if we were to handle it appropriately. And by handling it appropriately, I am talking about the fact that I have so many people that come into my shop that say, oh, Village Lane is so lovely, but it's really called Garbage Lane because all of the dumpsters of the restaurants that are in North Santa Cruz just line the back of Village Lane. So there's always, I think, in the communication earlier today, you saw a lot of the photos, and that is true on a daily basis. If you walk down, the garbage cans are overflowing. There's crows and other animals all over the place. And so it really just is an eyesore for all of those businesses that are there. I think we've started a small committee under the umbrella of the Chamber of Commerce. So it's just the Village Lane merchant committee. It's a little funny that I started that, but I think, and there's so much interest in making that a little more of a valuable spot in town. And so all of these merchants and the restaurant owners are willing to look at options as to what we can do with those big dumpsters. I know a couple years ago we had to add on, I think, a fourth or fifth dumpster because of green waste, which of course makes sense. But I think if we work together, we've reached out a few times to Parks and Public Works. I know they're so busy with so many things. I think it was on their agenda, but we're all willing to help, all the merchants down there. So if we can figure out a different solution, I think we could see a real transformation of that area of town and would really bring a lot of zeal and appeal to Los Gatos. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Question, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Moore.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. I think that's a great idea. I've often thought that Village Lane is underutilized. Do you have any sort of initial thoughts on what could happen there?
Yes, we've talked about a few ideas. The public parking lot, behind Village Lane on the other side. So you have North Santa Cruz, you have Village Lane, and then you have behind. There are some easier access points that the restaurants, through their back doors could use, perhaps those three-wheel kind of go-kart things, so they would fill those up at the end of the night, and then their staff would have to take them around the back and into a designated dumpster area. I don't know how many parking spots you'd have to give up for that. That's one idea. And then the other idea, of course, is that there would just be more regular collections, which we would all probably be okay pitching in to do. But I think really it's a requirement that the town council would have to set to tell people to hide their garbage cans or make sure that they're behind. Like, it has to almost be a little bit enforced. With Pedro's just opening up, which is a huge boost to that area as well. But again, it is kind of that green waste, that all of that is what's outside of their enclosures. And so I just think if we had more enforcement or ideas, or if we painted murals on those garbage enclosures, something.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Thanks for bringing this to our attention. I'm definitely interested in supporting making that happen.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. I'll move on to Rich Stevens.
Good evening, Council. First of all, thank you for everything that you do for the town. Very much appreciated. Just an overall general comment. I get nervous anytime I see possible zoning changes. And I'm not addressing anything specific on the agenda, but I just want you to please consider our small town character with each of the items that you're going to be discussing tonight, because each one of them has the potential of affecting the residents, the visitors, and potential tourists to Los Gatos. So again, please just consider those items or those topics when considering the items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. So I don't have any more cards. Is there anyone on Zoom for public comment?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, then we will close verbal communications and we'll move on to item number 12. Item number 12 is to conduct a weed abatement public hearing to consider objections to the proposed abatement of hazardous vegetation for properties listed on the 2025 Weed Abatement Program Commencement Report, and order the abatement by motion. So this is something that comes before the council regularly and is something that is directly related to wildfire safety and preparation for potential wildfire. So I know it's all on our mind. So would you like to introduce and give yourself some time to walk us through the staff report? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Meredith Johnson, Administrative Technician with the Parks and Public Works Department. On December 3rd, Council passed a resolution declaring certain hazard vegetations growing in town to be a public nuisance. The resolution included properties where such nuisance exists, and a public hearing was set. Staff recommends the following for Council. Consider objections from property owners from properties listed on Attachment 1 to the requirement that they remove the fire hazards, vegetation, and debris from their property prior to the deadline, and to order abatement. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions along with Maddie Wen. She is here with us tonight. She is the weed abatement inspector from Santa Clara County.
Okay, thank you. We're going to see whether there are any questions from council, clarifying questions, and then we'll go through public comment, and then after public comment, then council can make comments about their position on the issue and potentially have a motion. So do council members have any sort of clarifying questions for staff at this point? Okay, don't see any. So I'm going to now open public comment, and a number of you have put up some cards. So I have 4 cards, and I will ask Majid Mohazab, and by the way, if I'm mispronouncing your name, please correct me, and I'll try to get it right the second or third time. Come on up.
Just talking about the property in 16220 Harwood Road, and I was notified in June 2024 by Mr. Meyer, John Allen Meyer, that there is some weeds, tall weeds, so we already took care of them, and then they inspected, and basically they're satisfied with our response. And a couple of weeks later, I got a mail from the Santa Clara County. I don't know why they got involved with this one, because we already took the issue. But anyway, this property is under development. We got demo permit issued today. We are going to demo the property, the existing house, and we are still going to develop the property. So we are going to do grading, and everything is going to be clean, ready to go for the construction.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. First question, could you repeat the address so I can find it?
Actually, there are 2 parcels that they put into the mails. One is 567-18-075 and 567-18-076. And the first one is 16220 Harwood Road, and the second one is 102 Almond Blossom Lane.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no existing house, but these are new addresses that are already assigned to this.
Okay, so that's, yeah. And then the other question I have is, so what you're stating, you're not denying that you have the brush there, but you're saying that you're going to be developing the property?
So basically, it's going to be demolished. The property is going to be demolished soon. The permits were already issued today. And the next couple of weeks, we are going to demo and clean up everything over there. And then after that, we are starting to grading and then foundation and whatever.
Right, I understand. The only thing I'm concerned about is the flammable brush.
There is nothing, everything is based on the code right now. They already inspected, so there's no tall weed right now.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I'm not sure why Santa Clara got involved. Sending all these letters, we already took care of the issue. I don't know why I got this letter from Santa Clara County, so I have to come in here, explain it again, and because they already inspected. I don't know why I have to. I told them that we are doing development, and they said, no, you have to come to City Council and explain to them.
Okay.
The way the process works is that we'll take all the public comments, and then there'll be opportunity for council members to ask follow-up questions of staff that are raised during public comment.
Yeah, again, I don't know how come, because I got an email from the town of Los Gatos, already communicated with Mr. Meyer, and then 2 weeks later I got a mail from the Santa Clara County. I don't know.
I believe you stated that, and there will be opportunity for the council to ask questions of staff later.
Yeah.
So you've used your time, and we had a question. Thank you for answering it. And we will move on to the next speaker.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Diane Egley. Would you like to speak? Yes. Thank you. Let's see if we can get a microphone for Ms. Egley. Would it be better to
Hello?
take the microphone out
Should
of
I
the
hold
holder?
it? Yeah, I could do
We can do that for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I would like to request to be removed from the 3-year abatement program. We already have passed the Los Gatos town program, and I have working with a rebate program with the Santa Clara County Water District for landscaping the front yard. And everything has been removed in the entire yard that was over 6 inches tall. What happened is in the spring, some wildflowers grew up about 4 feet high, and in the afternoon they would bloom and it would look really nice. And then when the sun went down, the flowers closed up, and then eventually they died, and sometime in that period someone came out and took a picture, I guess, and decided that so anyway, we have cleared everything in the entire yard, front and back, and have plans for landscaping. So I would like to, rather than spend $100 each year for the county to check, I'd rather spend that on plants for the yard. And I think you have pictures that you can see. Did they go around?
Does staff have pictures of this particular one that we could follow up on later? We're not going to do that now.
Yeah, but there's a picture of the yard.
This is 15839 Del Cerro Court.
I do not.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We will be asking questions of staff a little bit later.
Okay, thank you.
The next card I have is Scott Watson. No, that's item 13. I'm jumping ahead. I don't have any more cards for item 12. Do we have anyone else on Zoom who would like to speak on item 12?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. Then I will close public comment, and we will now move to discussion. Council members, Vice Mayor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to ask staff for the background on the 2 properties that were discussed, the Harwood Road, Almond Blossom, and the Del Cerro.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to pass this over to Maddie Wynn with Santa Clara County Fire.
Hi, my name is Maddie. So his property was brought to our attention by a service request.
Which one?
Actually, both of his properties. He has 3 properties, all connected. So his property on Almond Blossom and Oak Meadow, I believe it is. So he has 3. It actually was a school, an Spanish immersion school that he had purchased. I had actually seen it previously during my inspections. I was under the impression that it was a school, public property the county doesn't touch. Then it was previously brought to my attention through a service request by a resident who was concerned of the high danger. I went out and inspected, saw that it was privately owned, and the weeds that were around the surrounding structures, the dry timber and the dry wood, unfortunately was 3 to 4 feet tall at the time of the inspection, which took place on July 21st of 2024. And that is why he got sent an ad letter and added to the program at that time.
If I could follow up, please. I just wanted to clarify which addresses we're talking about. He spoke about 16220 Harwood and 104 Almond Blossom. Is there a third one as well?
He has 3 properties that are all next to each other. One of them is okay because it was the parking lot and and that was mostly concrete, and the front areas of that one were mowed down.
Okay,
when I saw
so-
that one.
so it's the
the
Harwood-
two properties that had structures on it.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
And I don't know if this is a better question for you or for staff. On a property like this, or properties like this, where we are under the impression that it'll be demoed shortly, how does that work for the 3-year list?
We do have a system of where even if you guys do say, yes, put them on the program, we have it to where if they do build and landscape sufficient enough to where we feel it's not going to grow the amount of weeds that may start a fire, we can remove them prior to the 3-year of compliance. At that time, if he does do the construction, he still will have to maintain the weeds to the 6 inches or lower throughout the property. And at the time where we do see that he has done the landscaping that is sufficient enough, we can remove him at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Yeah, Vice Mayor.
I was going to ask about the Del Cerro property.
For Ms. Del Cerro, I was just looking at that. We can, for her same situation, if she's doing landscaping, we can go ahead and look into her property as well. And if she's already started that, we can either, again, if she's added now as well, we can remove her previous if she's doing the landscaping. If she's in the process and she's going to be done before the start of the season, it's your guys' if you want to hold off on adding her until next year, or what we can do also is wait until the start of the season, and then we can remove her after the fact as well. And then we can also not charge the fees, if that's a concern.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor.
And so is there a process for someone who's on the list or could be on the list to prove to you by sending photos or having...
They can call us and just let
Okay.
us know that they've done the work. And what we'll do is if it's during the time of our inspections, we'll work them into our routine of inspections, and we'll go out, take our photos and say that's sufficient enough. If it isn't, and it's like they're still working on it, we may go back out and check a later time to make sure everything's done. If there's certain things we want to tell them to look, kind of give them a little bit of help with, we'll talk to them about that as well. We do have the option of waiving the inspection fees at the time if they do the build and landscaping, and we feel it's sufficient to where they're not going to have that issue with the weeds. We will waive the fees for them.
Great, thank you.
If you haven't spoken on this? No, you've already spoken. We can only take comment one time on this matter. Thank you for your clarification. Do any other council members have questions of staff? Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, a question for Planning Building Department. For this Spanish Immersion School property, what's the status of the building permits on this and the grading permit? Have they already been issued?
Yes, Robert Gray with the Building Department, Chief Building Official. Thank you for the question. Yes, I can confirm that those 3 properties are very close to getting their permits issued. The applicant was in the office today, and we had some discussions about the last few little pieces. So I can confirm that is happening fairly quick.
Okay, thank you. My obvious concern was that if they don't have permits and it's going to drag out, and then the weed season comes again, it won't be taken care of. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Isto.
Thank you, and I appreciate the question of the previous council members. So I guess question for Inspector is, I know that when somebody gets on the list and they get inspected for 3 years, it's primarily to make sure that if they've got landscaping that requires mowing down each year, you are checking to make sure that's done. So what it sounds like I'm hearing is that for the resident who's doing landscaping, you would do an inspection, and if the landscaping is of a type that wouldn't turn into weeds,
yes,
and then there would be the possibility to remove them for the next 2 years because there wouldn't be something to inspect?
Yeah, so the thought is if they're doing drought tolerant, fire resistant, more to where they're putting weed block down, so you're not having the weed growth coming up, to where if someone has a lawn where they're not maintaining it and having the mass amount of weed growth to be where there's a potential for a fire starting. Because a lot of people, if they do the weed block, you're not going to have the amount of weeds growing up from underneath. And they'll be easier to be able to pull out and maintain the landscaping at that point.
Okay, so I guess to follow on then, that would be your judgment, that if such changes are made, then it would be your call to say, I don't need to come back here and inspect again,
Yes.
and they're off. It doesn't need to come back to the council for
Yes.
us to make that decision. It's your expert
That is the weed
decision.
abatement program department, yes.
Okay, and then a follow on for the house that would have the grading, if I could, to the mayor. Would there be an inspection of that site to see what type of landscaping is done or if landscaping is done? And I only say this in a general sense. I've seen where construction or grading happens. However, landscaping is the last thing that's done for all the right reasons. And could there be a risk that weeds would continue to grow up in the next couple of years until landscaping is done? And would the council be able to rely on your judgment to decide if it needs to be on for the next 3 years, as opposed to us having to make this decision that if there's grading done, there won't be a weed issue?
So that is your judgment, where if you guys want to make that call, that is where we go out. We do have numerous sites that are construction sites that fail every year due to the fact that they're not maintaining the weeds. Construction sites are actually more pertinent that they get taken care of because there are more ignition sources. You have gas generators, drills that can spark, little things, and sometimes construction workers don't clean up the debris, so there's more debris that can catch on fire, and if you're a wood structure, you basically have timber sitting there waiting to be caught on fire. If they can keep the grass down, we do say we'll maintain them, we'll inspect them every year until they are landscaped, and we can deem them sufficient enough to be removed.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, further questions, or would someone like to move toward their stating their position or making a motion? Vice Mayor.
I'll just say that I think on both of these, I think pending the demolition and installation of drought-tolerant landscaping, just as a recommendation, it would make sense to not penalize them.
Just to make a note, it doesn't have to be drought-tolerant landscaping. They can do whatever type of landscaping they would like to.
Yeah, landscaping free of weeds.
In general, yeah.
Councilmember Risto.
Yeah, I'm leaning toward all of the addresses on here, remaining on the list, and we haven't had an objection on most of them. And then for these two, what I would be leaning toward is for the home that's doing the landscaping, that pending inspection and the determination that that landscaping would not pose a future risk, that address be taken off without penalty. For the one that is under construction, I think the buildup of material has already presented a risk, so I don't know when we have a follow-up inspection. If after the grading, I still think the property needs to be inspected for the next 2 years because construction takes a long time. I watched this around the area, and I was thinking about how many properties I've seen that take sometimes 2 years to be completed, and then the landscaping is done after that, and weeds grow up, and I didn't even think about the fact that there's an increased chance of ignition. So I'm reticent to remove the Almond Blossom and Harwood properties. That's where I am right now.
Councilmember Badami.
So we have these hearings every year, and last year I ordered weed abatement without exceptions and emphasize the importance of property owners being all in to protect their fellow neighbors and the town from loss of property and lives. With the high risk of wildfires, and we all know it's extremely high with what happened in Los Gatos, and it's extremely high here in Los Gatos, it can happen here. I just cannot make exceptions, and I would ask the the ones tonight that are objecting, that they work with county to be removed from the list and to comply from there. But I cannot make any exceptions tonight.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, I would tend to agree with what Councilman Baristo just said. And just one final question. Do we need to waive the inspection fee for the Del Cerro property if that's our inclination, or you can do that at the time?
We can do that.
If you inspect and everything's fine, you'll waive the inspection
If
fee?
you guys approve her to be on the program and we go out at the time, if we can even go out before, I can double check with my supervisor, and if they have completed, we can touch base after the meeting. If they're in the process, or when they finish, they can contact us and we can go out before the owner's deadline. We can waive the fee at that time.
Okay, great.
And we can remove them at that time.
That would be my general direction.
So just as a clarification, when we say to pursue this with the county, and if we were to keep it on the list here, what would the impact be on a homeowner who pursues and has a legitimate reason for the county to come out and do an inspection?
We would go out and we would inspect for the Del Cerro property. We would go out and inspect to see that the landscaping would be sufficient enough. And then if it was sufficient, we would pass her inspection, remove her, not charge her the inspection fee. The concern is the pricing has gone up this year, so the inspection fee is $105 this year. In the case for the Almond property, he's got multiple properties, and with it, if it's not in compliance, there are multiple fees. I understand where his frustration is coming from, is that he's not dealing with the town and then not knowing about the weed abatement program, and then we come in saying we saw your property and there's some confusion, and I get that. If you approve him, he's just got to abide by our minimum safety standards until he can be removed, either 3 consecutive years of volunteer compliance, or he does the build and landscaping sufficient enough.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Would someone like to put forward a motion? Councilmember Baristo?
Thank you. I will try a motion. I would say that, given the list that we have, I move to retain all addresses on the weed abatement list and, have the county move forward with the next steps. Retain these properties for 3 years, with the exception of if and when Del Cerro changes their landscaping and it meets the criteria that the county has, that property can be removed, knowing that there won't be a risk for the next 2 years. And for the property under construction, 16220 Harwood and 104 Almond Blossom, that property remain on for 3 years until or unless landscaping is done and there's no risk of weeds growing up. And given that the fee is cost recovery, somebody has to pay for this. And, in the event of a wildfire or, the cost would be astronomical. So I think for this, property owners need to be responsible for their own properties. And I can find that this makes sense.
Is that motion clear? Would someone like to second it? Vice Mayor?
Second.
Okay, any comments before we vote on this? I'm going to make one comment that this process is a bit complicated, and there's a time lag between when an inspection is done and property gets better. But I think we have to err on the side of caution. And so I will be supporting the motion because it does keep them on the list, but has a way for homeowners to remediate and be taken off that list. So I understand there's some financial impacts here. The financial impact to the community of a wildfire is enormous. And so I will be supporting the motion because I think we need to err on the side of taking care of any of whatever we can do, and there's a lot that we can't. So I'm going to call the question at this point. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, passes 4-1 with Councilmember Badami opposing. Thank you, and we will now move on to. So I'm sorry, sir. No, we do not take further public comment. So we will be moving on to item number 13. And item number 13 is a complex issue, and it has come before us, and there's been some time that's passed on item 13. We have, I believe, a request for continuance, and I believe that the appropriate time to talk about that continuance is after we've heard the staff report and seen the presentations. And so if the appellant would like to have us understand a bit about the continuance and the reason for it, there will be ample opportunity to do that. So because this one is a little bit different than the flow that we've had in other items that have come before us, I want to just give an overview of what the process will be as we look at this appeal. So we will first start with the town's, actually, even before that, we're going to start with disclosures, and that's an opportunity for council members to disclose any contact that they've had on the item. Then we will hear from the town's compliance officer, Mr. Alan Meyer, who will have 20 minutes, and he will be accompanied by Lance Bayer, a special counsel. Then the town council will ask clarifying questions. Then we will hear from the appellant, who will also have 20 minutes and will be there accompanied by their counsel, Richard Harris. At that point, we will take public comment. I have a couple of cards if anyone else would like to speak. At that point, that's the opportunity. After public comment, the town's compliance officer and special counsel will have 5 minutes to address any concerns that have been raised, provide any clarifying information, and reiterate key points. And then the appellant and the appellant's counsel will each have will have a total of 5 minutes to address any concerns raised, providing, again, clarifying information and reiterating key points. At that point, we will close the public hearing, the public portion of the hearing, and council will ask questions, deliberate, and render a decision. So a little more complicated, but I think this fits the process that has been laid out for appeals by to the town council. So I'm going to start with the presentation, and so if
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me? I don't know.
Yes,
okay.
I can hear you.
I got cut out there.
Could you identify yourself, please?
I apologize. I'm Richard Harris. I'm counsel for the Deaf and Boz. I just want to make sure, I believe you said that we would have a hearing for the continuance, or a motion on the continuance later in the hearing. I do have some additional information to provide. Apparently, there's some written materials that I submitted on December 13th, which are not part of your packets. And so they're not before the council. And I don't know how the best means to resolve that at this point. I don't think it's right to move forward with a hearing if you don't have all of the evidence.
Yeah, you will have opportunity when we get to presentation from the appellant. And so to go through that, and any request for a continuance can happen at that time. At this time, we're going to have a presentation from Mr. Alan Mayer and the attorney, Mr. Bayer, our special counsel. And they have 20 minutes.
And I just want to make one clarification. You stated it, but I wanted to make sure it was super clear that the 20 minutes is for both each party and their council together. Thank you.
That's a combined 20
Yes,
minutes.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay,
And-
thank you.
And Mr. Mayor and Council, Lance Bayer, Special Counsel, I just want to mention before we get started, because Counsel for the property owners did raise issues about that were procedural. There are rules regarding how a hearing is conducted. They are in the town code in the section on administrative citations. So there are procedures. We're not operating without procedures. And my understanding is that the decision that you make is based on a standard of proof that would be a preponderance of the evidence. And that the burden of proof is on the town to establish by a preponderance of the evidence that the violations occurred at the hearing itself.
Thank you. And that is part of your presentation, so we are listening to that, and please share the rest of your presentation with us.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Meyer, and thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Alan Meyer, and I'm the Co-Compliance Officer for the Town of Los Gatos. Town staff and Special Counsel Lance Baer are also here tonight to answer any questions. We are here tonight for the public hearing for the administrative appeal of citation VL-19-362, located at 16660 Cypress Way, issued to Theodore and Lori Deffenbaugh. The citation was issued for failure to obtain the required permits for an interior remodel of an ADU, the unpermitted construction of 3 accessory structures, and the unpermitted retaining walls and grading. Next slide. The property was acquired by the Deffendaughs in October 2016. Next slide. Slide number 3 is an aerial view from Google Maps of what the property looked like in September 2017. As you can see, there is a large area in back of the primary residence which was undeveloped and is shown in the lower middle portion of this photo. Next slide. Slide number 4 is an aerial view from Google Maps as what the property looked like in May 2018. As you can see, there is grading work in progress in the large area which was undeveloped in September of 2017. The grading required a grading permit, however, no grading permit was obtained. Next slide. Slide number 5 is an aerial view from Google Maps of what the property looked like in August 2018, showing the completed paving and large retaining walls in the large area where the grading took place. Next slide. Slide number 6 is an aerial view of the subject property, showing the locations of the structures where the violations of the town code are alleged in the citation. Structure number 1 is an ADU built with permits where unpermitted remodeling took place. Structure number 2 is an unpermitted office shed structure with electricity. Structure number 3 is an unpermitted storage building adjacent to the ADU with electricity and plumbing. Structures number 2 and 3 do not meet the setback requirements, and structure number 3 does not meet building setbacks. Structure number 4 is an unpermitted garage structure with electricity that was built straddling the property line and does not meet the setback requirements. Regarding structures 2, 3, and 4, all the structures require building permits. None of them have building permits, and none of them could be built in their current locations according to the zoning code setback requirements. More than one unpermitted retaining wall has been built on the property. One of them is shown on the slide in red. Next slide. Slide number 7 through 11 are online postings of the ADU for rent and show the unpermitted shed office and an unpermitted retaining wall. Online postings for the ADU rental were found on Realtor.com and Hotpads.com. These slides show the unpermitted remodel of the unpermitted interior of the ADU, showing the violations of the town code. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. These online postings were posted on the internet by the property owners or their representatives to market the ADU for rent in 2019. Next slide. Next slide. Slide number 12 is a photo of the unpermitted 124 square feet shed office. This photo was part of an online listing to rent the ADU. The office shed is illegally powered by an extension cord. Next slide. Slides number 13 and 14 are photos of the unpermitted 197 square foot storage building. Note that this building is built too close to the ADU and is within the setback. Next slide. Next slide. Slide number 15 is a photo of the unpermitted 294 square foot garage which straddles the property line. After significant efforts by the town staff to obtain compliance to abate these violations, the Deffenbaugh submitted an application relating to the grading and retaining walls in 2021. In August 2021, as part of the review of that application, town and county fire members inspected the property. Next slide. Slides 16 through 18 are photos of the architectural and site inspection of the unpermitted retaining walls and grading. In the photos, you can see multiple unpermitted retaining walls and unpermitted grading. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. In 2023, the town initiated a renewed code enforcement action regarding the code violations at 16660 Cypress Way. After efforts to obtain consent to inspect the property were unsuccessful, the town obtained an administrative inspection warrant from the Superior Court. Slides 19 through 21 are photos and descriptions of the results of the inspection pursuant to the warrant conducted on May 30th, 2024. Slide number 19 shows the remodeled kitchen in the ADU, the exterior of the ADU above the garage, and the unpermitted 124 square foot shed structure located within the setbacks. During the inspection of the ADU, it was discovered that the bedroom lacks sufficient egress from the bedroom in case of an emergency, and the window in the bathroom is not tempered as required by code. Additionally, the shed was being powered with an extension cord, which is not permitted by town code. Next slide, please. Slide number 20 shows the unpermitted 197 square foot storage structure, which is located within 5 feet of the ADU and is located within the setbacks. Next slide. Slide number 21 shows the unpermitted 294 square foot garage structure, which was built over the property line and contains unpermitted electrical and is located within the setback. After the inspection on July 8th, 2024, I issued an administrative warning regarding the violations. This was the third administrative warning given to the Deffenbaughs regarding the violations on the subject property. Next slide. Slides 22 through 24 are photos taken of the 3 unpermitted structures prior to the citation being issued on September 16th, 2024. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Slide number 25 are the town code sections in violation as cited in the citation VL 19-362. Code section R105.1, any owner or owner-authorized agent who intends to construct, enlarge, alter, repair, remove, demolish, or change the occupancy of a building or structure, or to erect, install, enlarge, alter, repair, remove, convert, or replace any electrical, gas, mechanical, or plumbing system, the installation of which is regulated by this code, or to cause any such work to be performed shall first make an application to the building official and obtain the required permit. Code section 12.20.010 Except for the exemptions listed hereinafter, no person may grade or do any grading work or perform any land disturbing or land filling activity without first obtaining a grading permit. Next.
Before we go on to that, I want to interject one brief comment, and that is,
Sir, you will have an opportunity to speak when your time.
I thought I was part of the presentation.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you can. I'm sorry. You can share the time with Mr. Meyer. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just simply want to interject because the attorney for the property owners raised an issue in their communication with the council that I would like to clarify. These two code sections stand for the proposition that it is unlawful in the town of Los Gatos, as with all towns and cities in the state of California, to engage in construction without permits or to maintain property that is unpermitted. And we actually set forth that in Los Gatos Town Code section 1.10100, which says any building or structure set up, erected, constructed, altered, enlarged, converted, moved, or maintained contrary to the provisions of this code, or any use of land, building, or premises conducted, operated, or maintained contrary to the provisions of this code, or contrary to a permit or variance, or the terms and conditions imposed therein, shall be, and the same is hereby declared to be unlawful. And it goes on. But I just want to clarify that this is the law that we're enforcing, is the law against construction and maintaining property that is unpermitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments as part of the 20 minutes?
Yes. Slide number 26 is the citation issued on September 16th, 2024. The penalties were calculated as follows. The administrative penalties start at $100 per day per violation, increased to $250 for the second day and $500 every day thereafter, for a total of $11,100. There were 5 violations and there were 5 days for daily penalties. The town is also seeking cost recovery based on staff time devoted to the enforcement involving these violations. The total amount calculated is $5,824.26. This concludes my presentation. I invite your questions.
Okay, thank you. Before we start asking clarifying questions, I would like to just ask council members whether they have any disclosures. Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. I did walk the area. I walked on Cypress. I did not go up the driveway or enter the property at all, but I'm familiar with the area.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
The same disclosure as Councilmember Risto.
Okay, and I'll disclose that I did spend quite a bit of time on Cypress below the property, and then I drove up the driveway and determined that wasn't a good idea, and I turned around and went back without any further examination. Councilmember Badami.
I'd also disclose that I also viewed the property.
Okay, thank you for doing that. Now, any questions either for council or for town staff? Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. For staff, do the unpermitted electrical conditions pose a risk in igniting a fire?
Thank you, Chief Building Official Robert Gray. Yes, an open extension cord running across a patio in particularly a wooded area like that, there is that possibility, depending on the load that's demanded of it. There is a possibility of a fire risk, yes.
Thank you.
I had a question similar, but does the building code prohibition of a structure at those specific locations or those locations relate to the fire safety and defensible space requirements?
Yes, thank you. They they do from a building codes perspective, depending on the distance from additional structures. But these structures in particularly are prohibited via the zoning code, relation to property lines and to adjacent buildings.
Okay, thank you. And then I had one other question which was covered, I think, briefly, and that is the dates of the images on pages 243 to 247. I think it was stated 2019, and for clarification, was that after the appellants took possession of the property?
The dates of the images on page 243 through 247 are not available due to the web listing being taken down. When the websites were accessed in 2019, the Deffenbaugh were the owners of the property.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
So we started this action in 2019, and then it's been going on for 5 years now. When you did the last inspection in 2024, did it look like they had started to repair some of the violations that were originally seen? Are there any progress being made, basically?
In order to resolve the issues on the property, permits needed to be applied for. A permit for the grading and retaining walls is in motion. An ANS for that. Those two items were in motion. As for the other structures and the remodel of the ADU, no permits have been applied for.
Okay, thank you.
And if Mr. Gray can speak to the completeness of the applications that have been submitted to this point.
Yes, there have been applications made for the ANS, but both responses have been incomplete at this particular point. They have not responded adequately to council's or to staff's questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So for a clarification on the structures, so this process, it seems that the point of this process is to get the to obtain compliance, right? And that's my main goal here is to get the whole property into compliance. So to clarify, have we not seen anything to indicate that the structures are going to be addressed?
To date, I haven't seen any response from the applicants that tells me that the structures will be remediated from current locations.
Okay, that's troubling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, town staff and council. Now I'd like to ask the appellant and appellant counsel to come up to participate, I believe, by Zoom. And you will have 20 minutes total presentation time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first is a question. I want to confirm I did submit a letter December 13th to Ms. Whalen, and I was told it would be included in the packet. It appears that it has not been, and I want to know if that's true, and what would be the best way to make sure that all of the evidence ends up in front of.
Thank you. We won't go back and forth with staff at this point, but we will have the opportunity to ask staff questions as soon as you finish your presentation.
Okay, so then I guess, like, to my objection of moving forward with the hearing without my written evidence before you, who will be ruling on that objection? Will that be you, Mr. Mayor? Will it be the council? How are we handling objection?
It will be the council, and the council will get recommendations from me as the town attorney.
Okay.
Before you proceed, and not to use up your time, could you give me the substance of the December 13th email, and then I'll check my records while you're doing your presentation?
Sure. I re-emailed the email to you here about 45 minutes ago. The substance of my email was requesting the continuance in December 17th which moved the hearing to today, and it also included my materials. You had requested that I send the materials directly to you to be included in the packet, and I did so. And I did not become aware that they were not part of the packet until earlier this evening. I emailed you. So that's the substance of the objection. One of the bases of the town of the one of the town code allows the
Could we make sure that,
defendant in this
I'm sorry to interrupt, could we make sure that the clock is correctly recording the time of the appellant?
So the time will also be including my objections, is that correct? Because this isn't part of my presentation.
You have 20 minutes, procedure or factual, whatever you'd like to address. You will also have an opportunity later with another 5 minutes.
Okay, well then at the first, I want to object to the limitation of 20 minutes. There's no basis for that in the town ordinance. I'd like a ruling.
Town Attorney, would you address how
Yes.
the 20 minutes is arrived at?
Yes. So this is an administrative hearing, and so the formal rules of a court trial don't apply. And so it's whatever is reasonable for each side to present its case, given that this is a public meeting and there are other agenda items. And so 20 minutes is reasonable for each side to get their point across.
I would also point out that if there are questions from council, that is not included in the 20 minutes. That can follow the 20-minute presentation.
Will I be getting a ruling on the objection, Mr. Mayor?
I'd like to propose that
Okay,
you give your presentation, and then I will research the history of the December 13th email.
All right, I would like to note to the council that we have presented evidence which is not before you. It was provided to the town in the procedure prescribed by the town, and it isn't before you. The basis of due process is that we're able to be heard before the decision is made. Without that evidence, I am concerned that Mr. Deffenbaugh's due process rights are being violated. Also, I did request a continuance. As you're aware, I'm here on Zoom. It's to do with a personal issue with a wife who's 31 weeks pregnant. At any moment, she could come downstairs and say, we have to go to the hospital. And we had an issue. I do appreciate appearing by Zoom, but that is the only reason I'm appearing by Zoom, which is why I was requesting a continuance to be able to tell Mr. Deffenbaugh's story in person, which I feel would be the best way. Moreover, the code section, the administrative code section requires all reports by the town to be provided to Mr. Deffenbaugh 5 days before the hearing. Additional documentation was provided to the town both 4 days before the hearing on Friday, as well as additional documentation I just found out today has been provided to the town. None of that has been served on Mr. Deffenbaugh, and he's not able to properly prepare and respond to it. These are just some of the bases of the due process issues that for which I think a continuance would remediate a lot of these issues, and that's why I would request it. Once again, I'm going to ask if the town wants to accept the ability to rule on that kind of continuance, so we can have a reasonable and fair determination of the facts in this case.
If I'm incorrect, please please straighten me out, Town Attorney. I believe that we will take the presentations, including any procedural requests, including request for continuance at this time, and then according to the process that I laid out earlier, the council will make a determination.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So you can keep going.
Okay, I have other objections to make. I see that Ms. Whalen is providing advisory advice to the council. It also appears that Mr. Bayer was providing advisory advice to the council. They're also two members of the same law firm, both working for the town. This creates certainly the appearance of bias. The person who is adjudicating the dispute and advising on that is the same as the one who is advising the advocate to bring the case. This is over $11,000 that the town is looking for. So I do believe that we shouldn't have that kind of bias appearing in this context. Also, Mr. Meyer did mention that the hearing is being done under 1.30.040, the administrative hearing code section that requires a hearing officer. You can see how difficult all of this is when it is the town council as the hearing officer. We don't even have anyone to rule on these objections. It means all of this evidence is coming in before you, evidence which I'll explain in a moment, is objectionable under the town's own ordinances. So I can only object to it now, but you can't unring a bell. These are the kinds of things that make it impossible for Mr. Deffenbaugh to be able to bring a fair hearing. Allowing, according to the administrative citation section, the procedure only allows evidence to be heard from the defendant, from Mr. Deffenbaugh and his attorney, and to present evidence. All other evidence needs to be provided to Mr. Deffenbaugh 5 days before the hearing. There is no opportunity for public comment. There is no opportunity for the town to admit public comment into evidence and to consider it in determining what violations may or may not have occurred. And the procedure as written in the town code, even if it were followed, it violates Mr. Deffenbaugh's due process rights. He is not able to, until just this moment, I didn't know what burden of proof the town council would be counting on, or who carried the burden. Only Mr. Bayer knew, and when he told the town. Given that this is a citation greater than $250, it is in essence a quasi-criminal misdemeanor type challenge. Mr. Deffenbaugh doesn't have the right to call to cross-examine witnesses. He doesn't have the right to subpoena documents, and he has difficulty even submitting documents to the town, as shown by this December 13th document, which the town even now doesn't have. For all of those reasons, I think that the procedure that we have here violates Mr. Deffenbaugh's rights and is not the correct procedure that is set up in the building code. As I put in my documentation, certainly in the December 13th documentation, which you don't have yet, the building code requires the town council to establish a procedure to handle disputes just like this one. But instead, what the town has done is shoved the building code requirements of appearing before the town council into the administrative hearing procedure where it doesn't fit. And it is that it doesn't fit, which is so clear in all of these objections. The other thing which I think is very clear is that there's a reason why this has gone on since 2019. And it's not just because the Deffenbaughs have been sitting on their thumbs waiting around. It's because the Deffenbaughs in the town came to an agreement. In that agreement, Originally in 2019, the town had issued a citation for $300, and Def and Boz then appealed that citation. But rather than litigating it, the town would hold on to those $300, and the Def and Boz would proceed with the retaining walls permit, which you've heard has been happening. After the litigation with the Watsons was complete, then the parties would work together to permit the balance of the items. The reason why the buildings as they stand are not permitted is because the property line itself is being disputed in the litigation with the Watsons. So until we have that determined, we're unable to properly permit the building. The most reasonable way to resolve it is this is what the town believed in 2019 when they made the agreement, is to take the violation, put it in abeyance, and then wait to see if and how the litigation would resolve. And then at that point, everything could be permitted properly. This kind of agreement, towns can be held responsible for. This is all in the December 13th communication. So, which of course you don't have. Additionally, for the first time, Mr. Byer noted that he believed that there was a different code citation that the Def and Boz were being held to, other than the one in the citation. He cited somewhere in the town code. I should just point out to the town that isn't the town code, the ordinance that is at issue here today. It wasn't listed in the citation. It wasn't listed in the town materials. And you can't simply sandbag a defendant at the last minute and change the course of the game. You can't change what the citation is about at the last minute. Mr. Deffenbaugh has due process right to be able to hear what the dispute is. More than that, on of the documents which I believe you do have, those documents go through each of the issues, each of the buildings, and Mr. Deffenbaugh's responses to each. You'll note that there are inconsistencies between the investigation which occurred on the property site, as opposed to the citation. The citations issues that are listed. Several additional violations were found after the investigation on the site. It's explained in the materials that I have provided. I do want to turn to the fine amount. $11,000 is excessive. The town originally a citation for $300 for this exact same issue, and they chose not to enforce it. It wasn't that the Deffenbaughs failed to meet the obligation that they had made in the agreement. It was just that the town decided one day to end that agreement and start a new citation with over 50 times the permit. If you look at the citation code sections, which are named, they're the failure to get a permit. Even if the town believes that this is procedurally correct and that in my written materials and other materials you have reviewed, you believe that Mr. Deffenbaugh, that the materials, that there are violations, the violation would be one time, which would give a maximum penalty of $600. I still don't believe that there are violations here. Mr. Deffenbaugh has been working with the town pursuant to his agreement from 2019, whereby we would wait until the end of the litigation before he would have to litigate or resolve all the other permitting issues. We've talked a lot about the permits. I do want to tell you a little bit about Mr. Deffenbaugh. He is a resident of this town. He has been a good neighbor. He has helped set up broadcast equipment for KPRC, which is Los Gatos' public radio station. And in this last year, regardless of this, he's had a tumultuous year. His daughter was married in September on the property, just at the same time that his father-in-law was passing away. The Deffenbaughs were the primary caregivers for his father-in-law during that time. In addition, as I submitted in my paperwork, the engineer who was working on those retaining wall submissions stopped being responsive. We've submitted a letter from him that we submitted to the town, which you should have, where he explains how he had fallen off, that he had had an issue with his soils engineer and would now be returning. This is the kind of cooperative work that Mr. Deffenbaugh is interested in, is being able to submit the documents necessary to permit all of the buildings appropriately, so that we don't have to spend so much money trying to dispute these issues. I do want to turn for a minute on these additional costs. We don't have the documents or the ability to dispute these costs. They were given in an email on Friday, which is less than 5 days before this hearing. And I know that when I am trying to figure out what I did last week, I need records. And these records, these hourly costs go back well over a year. There must be records that support them, but I don't have them to review. More than that, find that it seems that $5,000 could be far better spent than on just on working with Mr. Deffenbaugh in this moment to try and resolve these disputes and go back to the agreement that the town had made in 2019. I do have more to say. I have several more paragraphs to go through. However, I understand that the town has created this 20-minute limit, which I find nowhere in the code, and I believe violates Mr. Deffenbaugh's right. But at that point, I can submit based on those objections.
You do have another 2.5 minutes, and you will have another 5 minutes later. So if you have anything, we would be interested in hearing.
I guess we have had some maybe I can get through this point. We've had some conversations about safety, about concerns about safety. And I want to be really clear. The extension cord was mentioned. To be really clear, it's not like a loose extension cord. It's when they walked in for the inspection of the building, then the extension cord is run so that they can have light for the inspection. So that doesn't seem to me to be the major safety risk. The bigger safety risks, I think, I submitted pictures and information related to the Watson's retaining. something that the town has been aware of for years, but hasn't moved on any kind of enforcement actions. Additionally, I submitted information about the town being responsible for the embankment on Cypress Way. And yet it's Mr. Deffenbaugh who has been involved in cleaning out trees and other materials in that area. And the town has not done that. Further, I also submitted the easement whereby the town took possession of the Deffenbaugh's driveway. It's a public road, and it's failing. And this is another thing that those $5,000 could be spent on. I do believe that those would be better ways to spend the town resources rather than this particular litigation. I had reached out several times to Ms. Whalen trying to come to an agreement with the town whereby we could bait the...
Thank you. You can finish this sentence and then we may have some questions for you.
Okay, I promise not to make it a very long sentence. I've been speaking with Ms. Whalen about trying to come to an agreement whereby we could leave this violation in abeyance and work to get the buildings permitted as they are. But unfortunately, this is where we've ended up.
Thank you very much. I see, yes, Town Attorney?
So I've researched my emails, and on December 13th, the appellant did email me to ask that the item be pulled from the agenda. They were requesting a continuance so that they would have more time to review the town's materials. And so I agreed to continue the hearing until January 21st. Unfortunately, attached to that December 13th email from Mr. Harris is a letter from Mr. Harris that he wanted included in the record. And so my recommendation is that the council hear what it can tonight and then continue its ultimate decision until a future meeting so that I can include the December 13th correspondence from Mr. Harris.
So just as a clarification on that, if the council were to continue to accommodate information that was specified, can that continuance, can any new information be constrained to that particular item that's been said tonight, or is there the possibility, if it were reopened, that additional new information could be brought in?
My recommendation is that the information be limited to the correspondence to date, which is the December 13th email, a January 16th letter, and what the town has already submitted.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for researching that and clearing that up. So we'll go to members of the council have questions. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Councilmember Rennie. So I want to go back to sort of the core question here, which is whether there should be fees assigned for staff's time on this project. And when I look through the timeline on the project, we started about 5 years back, and staff, it looks like, has spent a lot of time over that trying to move this project forward. There's several places where I read in here where the Mr. Daffenbaugh didn't respond to staff, and then at first time they didn't respond. Then when then they sent another response that took more staff time, and then they submitted for a grading permit, which wasn't complete for all the violations. So the staff then had to resubmit to them that more needed to be improved. Then it came back with items that were not complete, and they did a technical review, and again, it wasn't responded to. So there's several places in here where staff spent their time doing technical reviews, and then Mr. Daffenbach never responded back to them. And through all of these 5 years, it doesn't look like any progress is being made, but staff is continuing to try to help him make progress. Can you explain why that is? I mean, that's sort of the core question here, is staff has been trying to help him move forward for 5 years now, and there isn't any evidence of anything's actually happened.
I would love to address that. Thank you. So in 2019, Mr. Deffenbaugh's attorney at that time, who is Sean O'Neill, came to an agreement with the town whereby the citation at that time would remain frozen pending resolution of all the remaining matters. The Deffenbaughs would proceed with a retaining walls permit. The town would make sure there were no safety issues on the property, would inspect the property to make sure that there were no safety issues. The town found that that was true. And after the litigation was complete with the neighbors, then the parties would work to resolve the remaining structures, right? The structure next to the swimming pool and the other buildings. The reason is because those buildings, if those buildings exist too close to the property line and an easement is not in place, then they can't be permitted where they are. However, if the litigation happens to be positive for Mr. Deffenbaugh, and he does have an easement for those locations, then the buildings don't have to be moved and they can be permitted right where they stand. That was the reason for the agreement. And the agreement was in place for 4 of those 5 years until December 2023, when, for reasons that Mr. Deffenbaugh does not know, the town just simply said that they didn't believe that there was an agreement and they would be moving forward with a brand new citation. So it's not as if Mr. Deffenbaugh has been sitting there not moving forward with the process. In the past year, there are issues which made the council aware related to getting Mr. Deffenbaugh's engineer on board and the issues that he has had, and also Mr. Deffenbaugh's personal issues that occurred over the past year. But at this point, we do have the engineer ready and working on the permitting as it stands, answering the town's questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other council members? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to have a better understanding from your perspective if your clients plan to address the several structures on the property.
Yes, so it's a great question. So each of the structures, as I understand it, some of the issues appear to be the kinds of things with where we can remove or have the extension cord not in the building. That doesn't appear to be the kind of thing that would require permitting. Other issues for the buildings as they stand, if based on the property line and the easements, if it is true that those buildings can remain where they are, which is a question with the Superior Court, then we can apply for and receive the permits for the buildings as they stand. The problem is that we can't submit documents showing that the buildings can remain where they stand until the litigation related to the property lines is complete.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Risto.
I have an honest question. So given that the grading and the retaining walls and the structures were all built by your client without permits, I mean, was there intention to apply for permits later, or did they not apply for permits because they didn't like where the property line was? I'm trying to understand how, the town didn't get us in this situation. Your client's construction did, and I'm just trying to understand what they think they can do to mitigate this, because this isn't unique to Los Gatos. This is every city in California that you need building permits.
No, I understand, and thank you for the question. Mr. Deffenbaugh constructed, like many people in California, Mr. Deffenbaugh constructed these items, these particular items, and the buildings in particular, the retaining walls, and didn't receive permits before he did that construction. That means that now, as he seeks permits, he needs to go through the process to get those buildings permitted. It's very common that many people who construct items which are not permitted then are able to come back to the town and get the items permitted correctly. And that's what Mr. Deffenbaugh intends to do.
You follow on? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess as a follow-on, I mean, my understanding of permits is to protect the homeowner, and if you're talking about grading and retaining walls, protect nearby properties. I just, this is a really surprising issue to me because these buildings wouldn't be in the wrong place if they had gotten permits in advance. He would know where he could put the buildings, and they would be in the right place.
Is that a question?
So I guess what I'm surprised about is you spent your 20 minutes pretty much talking about why this procedure wasn't right and what your objections are. But my question is, how is your client justifying the construction to begin with? And what is their defense for having these buildings where they shouldn't be?
So first, in terms of the road or the retaining walls in the road, like the purpose of it is the reason why it was built so quickly and didn't meet all of the permitting requirements was to mitigate against fire risk, to be able to create access to the property. The Deffenbaughs understand, like many people, that sometimes after you build items, it's then important to it's then important to get your buildings permitted. When people come to the town, often when people come to the town of Los Gatos or any town with items which are not permitted, the town then works with them to get the building permit. Because you're right, it's for the protection of the homeowner and of the neighbors. And these buildings can be permitted where they stand right now. All of these reasons, I believe, are why the town entered into this agreement in 2019 to wait until the end of the litigation to then resolve these permitting issues. Similarly, with the town as a policy to work with homeowners to get their buildings permitted if they weren't permitted when they were constructed. And if we move forward in that direction, permitting is very expensive. Mr. Deffenbaugh spent over $100,000 just on permitting fees and his engineers and other attendant costs. And I think that he is showing that he's interested and prepared to work with the town to resolve these issues.
Okay, thank you. I think you've answered my question.
Thank you. I did have a question, a procedural question. I believe you started by requesting a continuance. There is correspondence, I believe, that, let's see, when is this dated? January 16th, requesting a continuance of 180 days. What is the nature of the outstanding permitting issues that would require half a year to resolve and would take us well into the fire season?
Well, so that's a great question. My understanding is that the retaining walls, the retaining walls permit has some technical issues that need to be resolved. And I expect that now that we have the engineer and his soils engineer prepared to work on the permit, we can get a submission faster than that. I could even give you what a time would be, but then the town will probably want to review that submission and then make some recommendations or other determinations. The reason I came up with 180 days is I thought by then we could determine, are we going to be able to come to a resolution and get the retaining walls permitted, or are we going to run into more roadblocks?
So I think it would
shorter.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for you to clarify what your request is. You also had a request about continuing tonight's hearing as well, and so if you could please be specific about what your request is.
Okay, I have several requests.
I'm sorry,
one
with,
request.
with regard to the time frame for the continuance.
Okay, I have two requests related to the timeframe for the continuance. One is that I believe the town's resources will be best spent if we held this violation in abeyance for 90 days, 120 days, so that we could confirm that there is progress both between Mr. Deffenbaugh in submitting the appropriate documents and the town in responding promptly to move the ball forward. That's one request. I also have another request that there have been documents that I have not completely reviewed that the town is considering at this hearing. And I request a continuance of at least 2 weeks to be able to review those documents and possibly request additional.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions at this time? And again, sir, you'll have an opportunity another 5 minutes later, and council may have some questions at that time. Any other questions? Okay, so thank you. And with this process, we will now take public comment. And I believe there was a question about whether we were going to take public comment or not. Yes, sir.
Were we going to do rebuttal, 5-minute rebuttal?
You will have the opportunity for rebuttal after public comment.
Thank you.
Sometimes the public raises issues that are worth discussing as well. So I have two cards here, Scott Watson and then Ivy Chang.
So, hello, my name's Scott Watson, and my name has been referred to, myself and my wife. We are the Watsons, who our property is adjacent to the Deffenbaugh's property. I bought it in 2019. I rented it for a number of years, and then we moved into the house in 2000. Let me say that again. I bought it in 2012. And I rented it for a few years, and then we moved into it in 2019. Now, our properties, my properties and the Deffenbaughs, they were one property until a subdivision in 1972. Ted bought in late 2016. I welcomed Ted and Lori to the neighborhood with a bottle of champagne. We talked about what Ted wanted to do with his property. He talked about building a garage on my property. I told him we could do a lot line adjustment, get something that would give him the setbacks to provide that, but he did not want to do that. Now, I was living in Southern California at the time. I discovered later that he paved a road across my property. I hired an attorney to tell Ted that my property rights should not be violated. He's not to trespass. But then by 2018, he built a garage on my property. And I hired a surveyor in late 2018. He confirmed that the garage was built on my property. He confirmed the property lines that relate to the structures that are contained in this report. There has been no dispute about those property lines, where they lie. Now, since he built these improvements on my property, he's been renting out those improvements and my property for a profit. He, at one point, accosted my wife and I on our driveway, saying that we had no rights to drive on our driveway, that he had sole rights, and that he would take action to not allow us to drive on our driveway. Now, I was preparing to take legal action in 2019, but he sued me first. And in the court trial, he made large claims over my property to the north, to the east, to the west of my house, all around my property, claiming that he had rights to that. We endured 16 days of court trial, cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight this lawsuit that he raised against us. In December of 2022, the judge decided in our favor on all counts of our cross complaint, and he rejected all of Ted's claims.
Okay, thank you for that, and we may have a follow-up. Yeah, there's a question from Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, I'd like to, so that's exactly what I wanted to understand more was the litigation. There just keeps talking about this litigation. We're waiting for the litigation to be done so that we can get these permits and move on. So it sounds like there's still ongoing litigation. Unfortunately, your time ran out when you said something was decided in 2022. So it sounds like there's still ongoing litigation, and could you tell me more about that?
So there's an appeal in process, but what was decided in 2022 was that Ted was ordered to remove the structures and remediate the damage he did to my property.
And so there's an appeal. Do you have any idea when that should wrap up?
So Ted has filed his appeal brief, and we're going to be responding in March of this year.
So thank you. I actually had a question for Town Attorney, if I may. The status of a civil action, how does that relate to the matter that's before us right now?
I view them as separate because one is code enforcement based on the current conditions. The appellant did say that if the appellant were to prevail and the property lines were to be changed, perhaps, two buildings would not need to be relocated, but that's very conjectural because we don't know what will happen in the private civil appeal.
I think typically these things are separate unless there are facts that are relevant to the matter that's before us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Further questions?
I think it was answered. It seemed relevant to me because we had talked about, well, we can't do anything until the litigation is done. So that's, even though it might be separate, it sounded like there was an agreement, which I haven't had a chance to ask about, but I won't get to ask this person any more questions, so I needed to ask it now.
Ivy Chang.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ivy Chen, a neighbor of Devonbar, the couple sitting over there. Do you know how difficult to get the building permit? And then do you know what happens if you don't get the building permit in town of Los Gatos? So in this code violation case, the town of Los Gatos is aware of the violation for over almost 6 years, starting from June 2019. And yet my neighbor is still enjoying all the unpermitted improvement every day without a red flag, without a penalty, they still every day. So 6 years, your kids can be from baby to the kindergarten. 6 years, there's no town code of enforcement. The only thing they did is, as far as I know, they paid the double of the permit fee. They built a 15-feet retaining wall with 500 cubic yard fill in front of their main house. Nothing to do with the property boundary. Nothing to do with the litigation. Town of Los Gatos is aware of that, and they park the car every day in that 500 cubic yard fill. My understanding is they claim that 14-feet retaining wall is for the fire defense. If you agree the retaining wall requires 14 feet for fire defense, put that in the town code. I want to build 14 feet retaining wall too. But right now, the town code only allowed 3 feet fill, not 14 feet fill. I personally experienced extremely difficult to get a building permit, even for just the ADU building permit. And then now I see my neighbor, they didn't get the building permit, they can enjoy everything every day for 6 years. Well, we all know the life is unfair. Someone like them can afford the attorney, so the town did not do anything for 6 years. And he can continue to use the unpermitted improvement every day. When someone cannot afford attorney, what did they get? They got a red flag. They got a stop work order notice for any unpermitted work. Well, again, life is unfair, but your job is to fairly apply the town code to everyone in town of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. Back to our process. We will now hear from the town's code compliance officer and special counsel, who will have 5 minutes to use as they see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I can't second guess what was going on in the town attorney's office and the town staff when there was an agreement several years ago to give the property owners an opportunity to resolve these matters as part of their litigation in a civil matter. At some point, it became evident to the town that that wasn't working. And subsequent to that, I was brought in as special counsel to assist the Code Enforcement Division in bringing more robust code enforcement action in order to deal with these life safety issues that involve violations of building and zoning codes. The thing that's important to keep in mind here is that Mr. Harris would have you believe that it is common to construct and then seek permits from a city or a town once you've done illegal construction. But the problem is that the illegal construction has not been inspected. It hasn't been checked against the existing laws, and it hasn't been checked in order to ensure that it's safe. So the town has determined that, at least on the part of staff, that what is necessary is to take more severe measures in order to get the property owners to understand the severity of the conduct of illegal construction that not only involves retaining walls, but involves structures and involves setbacks that place the buildings in the wrong place. And the dilemma here is that permits are required for 3 of these structures, but they couldn't get permits because they're in the wrong place. So yes, the property owners can seek permits, but not for the existing structures on the existing footprints. And the town has made a determination that it is not willing to await the outcome of the litigation in order to go forward. Mr. Harris raised an issue that I belong to the same law firm as Ms. Whalen. That is not correct. I am an independent attorney, and I was brought in to act independently to address these issues with staff, understanding that the town attorney ultimately would be advising you as the hearing body for this process. And I do want to point out that there is a reason, and a good reason, why the town has chosen to bring this matter to the town council instead of to a hearing officer. And that is that Mr. Harris raised the issue of what I would call an obscure Court of Appeal decision that talked about the need to utilize on building code violations a body that would normally be called the Board of Appeals. But in this case, the town council is acting as the Board of Appeals under the law as I cited in the staff report. But most importantly, and I will leave it at this, and that is that the reason why the amounts that are determined was that staff determined that these were appropriate amounts to take into account for the conduct and also to compensate staff for some, if not all, of the time that was devoted. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? So I had a question actually for town staff relating to this, and in particular, what is the period of time that's given to resolve unsafe conditions in a building or on a site? I'm not asking about this case. I'm asking how much time is given to resolve an unsafe condition. I'm trying to relate that to the continuance period that's being requested.
A reasonable amount of time given in the circumstances is usually 30 days. It also depends on the severity of any unsafe conditions.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yes, Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. So, in general, in the event that a structure has been constructed without permits and somebody wants to get permits and bring it into compliance, what is the process? And I ask because, I just recently remodeled my kitchen and we had inspections at a number of points, while the walls were still off and looking at the electrical before the drywall went on, before the floor was put in, etc. So once a structure is already built, how can you inspect it? I guess this will go to Robert Gray, to ensure that it was built properly and safely.
Yes, thank you for the question, Robert Gray, Chief Building Official. So the code, the building code is very clear. There's specific inspections that have to be accomplished, progressive inspections before they're covered up. And so when those aren't accomplished, we typically, depending on the severity of what was missed, particularly electrical, plumbing, things that have to do with life safety or health, will require a destructive inspection. We'll ask them to remove drywall, or we'll remove different parts of the structure so we can see that and do a proper inspection. Sometimes we will do that in specific areas. We may take for granted that if it looks good in this wall, we may not require destruction in this wall. But we try and work with an applicant when that situation comes up. It's always difficult when someone is caught, so to speak, of not performing or doing work without a permit. It's very, very expensive and very time consuming and very complicated for both the applicant and staff to be able to accomplish that, and for us to be able to sign off, for us to be able to say that it's safe.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So a question for staff. So the are we calling an appellant or the property owner Attorney was suggesting 90 to 120 day continuance to see the ball move forward. So it seems like a good idea, but I want to understand what does the ball moving forward mean? I think you said that we were in process of getting permits, but we have a couple moving pieces, and I think at the end of staff's report is saying, you know, one of the things is you want to get a demolition permit. Well, I suspect that the property owner, that's not what they want to do, and that won't happen in 90 to 20 days if the lawsuit isn't resolved and where the property lines are. So I'm trying to understand what is really moving forward. The grading permit stuff, that seems more straightforward. Now we got buildings that have various different kinds of violations. Well, you know, we give exclusions for setbacks sometimes, so maybe that's not a big deal. Building on somebody else's property is a bigger deal, but there's other code violations in there that could be safety issues. We don't know how well the electrical was done or anything like that, whether they put them in junction boxes and conduits where they're supposed to be and all these kinds of things. Try to help me understand more what's really moving forward that might get done in 90 or to 120 days.
Yes, thank you for the question. I'll touch on the retaining wall just a little bit, and then I'll defer to Mr. Paulson for any additional comments on the zoning. So the retaining wall, it's a very large retaining wall, and so we've asked, as we would with any retaining wall that's been completed without permits, we would ask an engineer to do an evaluation on that. Often engineers will come back and say, well, we've done a little bit of testing, a little bit of camera testing. This wall can't stay the way it is. It's not built properly. They'll have to do some remediation. So that is moving forward. That could help with that particular process. As you mentioned, the buildings, all of the buildings appear to be in a location where they can't be, and so that's the reason the building department asked for demolition of those structures. As we see it, as it is presented to us today, those structures can't be there. And I'll defer to
Thank you. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. I think what the appellant's attorney was referencing was the architecture and site application for the grading. It sounded like they're getting their engineer, soils engineer, back engaged. So I believe that was the intent, was that the architecture and site would continue to move forward. Following an action on the architecture and site, if the architecture and site is approved, then they would file for subsequent grading permits and building permits for the retaining walls and the illegal grading that has occurred through the Parks and Public Works Department.
Okay, so maybe we'll go to the town attorney who has some wild idea of when an appeal process might end. I think the neighbor mentioned they were supposed to respond by March. Is this something that could finish this year, or could it drag on for years?
I think it'll be important to finish the code enforcement action this year, because what's happening is staff revs up and then stops and then revs up again, and you know the costs, it's more expensive to do it that way. So one question I had was whether the retaining, and this is for CDD, would the retaining wall, is it feasible for the retaining wall and the architectural and site application to be reviewed and decided upon within 90 days? Is that reasonable?
Thank you. So I would say that's highly unlikely, given that they haven't resubmitted from previous reviews. Then it's approximately 30 days for us to review it. If there's additional information that needs to be provided, then that will create that cycle again. And then if it's something that can be approved at DRC, it's at least another 30 days out from that. So I would say it's highly unlikely that this gets approved through architecture and site in 90 days.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I don't know that there's a good answer for this, but I share some of the concerns that it sounded like the mayor was getting at, that over this 90 to 120 to 180 day period, we're going into fire season, and this is, there is legitimate concern about this property. So I'm wondering if there's you know, any avenue to, I'm hearing the answer on the retaining wall, but on the structures is the only, you know, sort of proper channel to go through this demolition permit process. And then that just doesn't seem realistic given the timeline and also the desire of the property owners. Is that what our normal process would be on this, is demo permits and, you know, hope for the best?
Yeah, you're exactly correct. It is our normal process based on the information that we've been given to this point. This is all wrapped up into an architecture and site application. We haven't even moved to a building permit application at this particular point. So yeah, this is our normal process of how we would do this particular thing.
And Mr. Vice Mayor and Council, with all due respect, just to remind you and to take you back to why we're here tonight, this is an appeal of a citation. So this is not a compliance order. This is not a order to complete a project. This is a citation. And the purpose of it in many ways is to be punitive, is to say, we're punishing you for past conduct, and hopefully this will be a stick in order to prod you into following the law. But the citation itself isn't an opportunity to follow the law. It's a way to acknowledge that past conduct has not been successful.
That's a helpful reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. So mindful that we still have the opportunity to hear from the appellant and the appellant's attorney to address anything that they would like to relative to this case. So I'll ask the appellant to come forward, and you have 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions for you as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, there have been some comments about maybe how Mr. Deffenbaugh got away with this, or somehow that I want to make it really clear, which I think that the town staff was making clear, that in order to get these buildings permitted, like, there will be some amount of destructive testing, right? Mr. Deffenbaugh understands that. Right, that it is not the best way to go forward and build the buildings and then try and get them permitted. You don't get to, like, cheat around the edges. Second, there's been some discussion about safety, and I want to be clear, the town has inspected the property both in 2019 and in 2020 and found no life safety issues. No issues that led to safety or concerns or any reason why this needed to happen right away. By contrast, let me just show you. I don't know if I can share my screen. I've submitted pictures of the neighbor's wall, the retaining wall. It's my Exhibit D. On the Exhibit D retaining wall, you can see that there's probably an 8-foot retaining wall held up by rotting wood. You have an engineer's letter that tells you that this wall is unsafe, that there's dry rot and other issues. And if it falls, it'll fall onto the Deffenbaugh's property. And yet, the town has been aware of this wall at least 4 or 5 years and has done nothing. It's not permitted. It can't be permitted. It's unsafe. This is the kind of point, I think, that we should be looking at here. The safety issues that we're talking about, there isn't a safety issue here that is any different than when the town decided in 2019 that they would make this arrangement with Mr. Deffenbaugh. And they're not entitled just to ignore that decision. They're not entitled to go back on that agreement. Mr. Deffenbaugh didn't go back on his agreement, and neither can the town. I expect that the appeal will be done in the coming months. I cannot tell you how long it will take, but when it is done, then all of the permitting can be completed. And to the point of whether or not this should be punitive, I don't believe that what is the purpose of being punitive? What is the town trying to accomplish? The town already issued a citation for $300 and then came back with a citation for $11,000 for the same issues, right? Mr. Deffenbaugh didn't do anything wrong in that period. He abided by the agreement he had made with the town during that period. And yet the town is now looking for 50 times more in penalties. And now Mr. Byer tells me that the town is attempting to double dip, right? They are charging the $11,000 to cover for the town's costs, and they're adding the town's costs on top of those amounts. That's just the kind of thing that I would be able to determine with enough background documentation, as opposed to receiving an email describing several hours of work by the town staff 4 days before the hearing. This goes to some of the due process issues which I brought up earlier. Mr. Deffenbaugh is interested in getting all of these permitted, and all of the items are now and will remain safe. And everybody is engaged, and I think the town has a real opportunity here to use this as a compliance measure in an effort to come to an arrangement and an agreement where we don't have to litigate any further. So that would be our suggestion moving forward. The procedure here, Mr. Deffenbaugh is not violating the statutes that are listed in the citation.
Questions? So I had a question, and that is, what measures have been taken by the appellant to resolve the permitting issues during the most recent period and before that?
So I think I understand the question. Let me try and answer it. In 2019, the town and Mr. Deffenbaugh came to an agreement whereby the retaining walls would become permitted, and then the other items would become permitted after the litigation was complete. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's simple enough. Then, of course, there is COVID, and then the required surveys and other securing the engineer and all of the other work in order to create the submissions to get a retaining wall permitted that's already been constructed. These are the expenses that someone has to pay for if they build something before they get it permitted. Then in 2024, the town provided some comments, and that's when, in this past 12 months, when Mr. Deffenbaugh had some personal issues and his engineer went silent. I can provide more specific information about all of the different submissions that he made if I were given more time.
Okay, I think you answered my question. I'm not sure. There was some correspondence in our packet dated August 18th, 2021 from Sean O'Neill, Esquire. Are you aware of who that is, and are they representing the appellants at this point, or did they represent the appellants previously, or is that a question I should have for town staff?
I can answer that question. Mr. O'Neill does represent the Deffenbaughs. Yeah, I'm representing the Deffenbaughs related to this citation. And he was the civil case attorney, and he did some work with the town related to these permitting issues in 2019.
Okay, so he did submit a letter, so we have that. And I see there's also a letter from Mr. Shevchik as well. Is he representing the appellants?
So you'll have to give me a little more. What you're describing isn't in my packet. I imagine it's in the town packet. Can you tell me more? And then I can certainly give you an answer.
Well, it's a recent letter, January 6, 2025, from TS Civil Engineering.
Yes, I thought you were mentioning a different attorney. Yes, he is the attorney. He is the civil engineer who is working with the Deffenbaugh.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any further questions, so we will now close the public portion of the hearing, and we will move to council deliberations, discussion, and potentially a motion. Councilmember Rennie.
So my thoughts, it seems like we have to do a continuance because we didn't get some information that was provided. That seems like a no choice on this. I guess the question might be, do we want to try to do a continuance that's 90 to 120 days to see if progress is made, at least on the grading portion of this? I think we don't, I mean, the idea isn't really to fine the property owner. The idea is to get them to correct the problems. The fine, maybe it's a fine, maybe it's a fee for all of our effort to try to get them to correct it, is really just to get them to correct it. So there is some merit to waiting before we decide to see if there really is any progress being made on that. So I'm going to see what you all think, but maybe we should target something like 90 to 120 days since we need to continue it anyway.
Councilmember Badani.
My question to staff is, do we really need to continue it? The appellant submitted comment and an exhibit to staff in December that was omitted from the council agenda packet. Have we followed due procedure? And what is the risk of making a determination tonight in upholding a citation in light of the omission?
I recommend that the council have a chance to review that December 13th letter. And I think it would be risky not to consider the information that was in the December 13th letter. So I think at the least a continuance to allow the council enough time to receive and review that letter.
Okay, with that, I'll provide my comment on the issue that I would support continuing the item to the nearest date available as determined by staff.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I would actually generally agree with that. I think we need to deal with this, and so I'm wondering. So if we get this information, do we need to reopen the entire hearing process and go through the 20 minutes on either side again, and B, if not all representatives from our side are able to participate, are we still able to hold the hearing if the council feels like we have sufficient information?
Yes, the council can hold the hearing on a date that makes sense for the council. I do know that Code Compliance Council is available March 4th. I don't know of his other availability dates. And then what was the first part of your question?
Now I'm forgetting it.
Procedurally.
Yeah.
So my recommendation would be that each side have 5 minutes to address the new information. And then typically I wouldn't recommend reopening the public hearing portion, but I do think it would be helpful for the public to have an opportunity to comment only on the December 13th correspondence.
Okay, got it. That makes sense.
Thank you. I just wanted to offer one thought, and that is that we're dealing with code violations that have a little bit different impact from each other. So the The grading and retaining wall, while it may present an issue in its construction and safety, isn't as linked to the wildfire issues with that staff has correctly, I think, stated that the proximity of those buildings to another building and the electrical issues could weigh into the fire safety consideration. And those, I think, are more pressing in terms of time and, frankly, the ability to make progress on those, because those would, I believe, follow a process of removing those structures that are presenting that issue. So my thinking is that thinking about this similarly to the way we deal with an unsafe building condition, I understand, try to resolve that within 30 days. I think that March 4th is a little bit beyond 30 days, but it's pretty close in time frame, and that might be a better time frame for us to think about, considering there are code violations that are of concern. And per my understanding of responses to my questions, that really I did not hear that anything tangible has been done to resolve the issues with those buildings, their manner of construction and their proximity. We will have a further discussion about wildfire later tonight, but one of the things that's pretty clear is that we really need to have this in the front of our mind. And so things that maybe were okay a few years ago, such as redwood fences next to structures, wooden structures with exposed eaves and things like that, are things that we need to be thinking about and working on. So I'm not comfortable with having those items go 90 to 120 days. So, I guess question for staff or town attorney is there a way to split these, or is that just too complicated and too costly to do that if we're going to try to resolve some of the outbuilding issues and have a decision on those in a March 4th hearing?
They could be split. One question I think would be good to get input on from CDD is, I think we were a little bit concerned about this continuing into the rainy season. And I think the rainy season is related to the retaining wall. But I wanted to, if it's okay, I'd like to ask CDD about that.
Thank you, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. We would have to circle back with the engineering team and the planning team to see. Obviously, this has been in place for a number of years, and so we would just want to have that evaluation, and we could have that evaluation done prior to the 4th if that's when this gets continued to.
Councilmember Rennie.
So let me go back to our decision that we're trying to get to is whether to, let's call it a fine, whether to fine or not. But I'm not sure, even if tonight we decided to do a fine, that does anything to remove the fire danger that we're talking about. And if it doesn't speed it up any, my thought was to provide it a decision on that far enough into the future that they have an opportunity to correct things, so we can then make a decision, okay, maybe we won't apply the fine because they actually corrected these problems. That's why I'm a little bit worried about let's hurry up and make a decision on a fine, because I don't see that it drives the most important factor, which is actually correcting the problems that are probably are most likely a fire danger. So that's the way I've been thinking about it, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe staff can help me, but I don't see the connection between this decision and how fast it gets corrected unless we use it as a carrot.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I hear that, and I think that's reasonable. But I think giving the property owners 45 days until the next time we discuss this is enough time to see if they are motivated to go through our process here. And I think that personally that could weigh in my decision on the next time we evaluate this. But maybe a question for staff: is 45 days too short of a timeline to expect there to be any sort of progress, or could we see progress in this in the next 45 days?
Thank you for the question. So I would say again, it's going to depend on the performance of their civil engineer on the architecture and site resubmittal, and then whether or not they come forward with any solutions for either demolition or relocation of those existing unpermitted structures.
Okay, and so I would just say that I think all of those parties are hearing our conversation this evening and hear all of our concern about what's going on at the property. So if we do push this to a March date, I would encourage the property owner and the parties representing them to make a good faith effort to make progress on this.
Still.
Thank you. One of the things I'm looking at is, first of all, because of a procedural issue where an attachment was not seen and we need to see it, I think we have to continue. And I would be in favor of continuing to the first date where the counsel for this, representing this appeal, can be here. So that would be the March date. And I think that's the technicality. We're being asked if we want to uphold the citation, and so that's the question we'll have to answer in March. When I look at what the code compliance issues are, in my mind, they fall into three bins. One is retaining wall and grading that perhaps with looking at, with getting permits that can be rectified. Number two are structures that are on somebody else's property, and that apparently is in legal limbo because of an appeal to a legal situation, and I don't know how we'll get to that. But then the third is structures that just are too close or don't meet our criteria that cannot be rectified, and those presumably will have to be demolished. There doesn't sound like, so it sounds like there's some code violations that can be fixed, some that can't, and some that if we want to be nice, we can wait until it gets legally resolved. And I think that's going to be a question after we determine whether this citation stands based on the evidence. So I'm in favor of continuing to the March 4th date. I'll wait for more discussion to make a motion.
Councilmember Badami.
Fines are a strong deterrent, and they set an example that one should follow the law and our regulations. This has been ongoing for quite a long time. Before you mentioned you were going to make a motion, I was prepared to make a motion, so I'll go ahead because I want this heard as soon as possible in light of the fire season. So I would move to continue the item to March 4th due to a procedural technicality.
Councilmember Bristow.
I'll second the motion.
I'll just make one comment, and that is that looks like that's about 42 days.
I believe that's the soonest date that we can get with our council. Is that correct? I'd rather do it sooner, but I think that's the closest date that staff can provide.
That's when Code Compliance Council will be available.
So I will reluctantly be setting that date of March 4th because I would much rather it be sooner.
Anyone else? We have a motion and we have a second. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
None. Passes unanimously. Thank you for your participation in this and for everything that supports the community. I'd like to move on now to take a break. So we will take a 10-minute break, and that will bring us to, let's just 9:40 now, so yeah, 9:50.
You have to need a break. I need a break.
Okay, council is back in session, and we still have some quite a few items, and so I hope we can keep on track and stay within the timeframes that we've allotted. I'd like to now move to item 14, and item 14 is, let me get that up in front of me here. Is 120 Oak Meadow Drive, and this is consider a recommendation by the Planning Commission to approve a modification of the Plan Development Ordinance 1412 and a number of other items related to that. And so why don't we go ahead and take the staff report, and then we'll do disclosures and then council questions. Go ahead, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The request before you this evening is a modification to an existing plan development overlay zone that would allow subdivision of one lot into two lots and construction of a new single-family residence. The applicant's requesting approval to modify PD Ordinance 1412 to allow the subdivision of one lot into two lots and to construct a new two-story single-family residence. Parcel A would include the existing residence, and Parcel B would be developed with the new residence. The requested modifications to the PD Ordinance include performance standards affecting both parcels to allow deviations from the underlying office zone and applicable sections of the hillside development standards and guidelines as detailed in your report. On December 11th, the Planning Commission received the staff report, applicant's presentation, and public comments on the proposed project and voted unanimously to recommend approval of the project to the Town Council. Staff recommends the Council accept their recommendation and adopt a resolution approving the subdivision and architecture and site application to allow the subdivision from one lot into two and construction of the new single-family residence, and introduce an ordinance repealing and replacing Plan Development Ordinance 1412. This concludes staff presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to council questions, are there any disclosures? Councilmember Aristo.
Yes, I walked the property site today, and as a disclosure, in 1991, my husband and I considered buying the original old house. So I'm familiar with the site.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I visited the site.
Okay. Councilmember Badami.
I visited the site.
Okay. Councilmember Rennie.
I have not visited the site recently, but I did go to an office there, a wellness office, for a number of visits a few years ago.
Okay. And I visited the site. I was interested to see the environment and the HOA and all of that. Okay. So are there questions, clarifying questions from council for staff at this point? Okay. So let's move now to open public comment, and this would include the applicant, and so the applicant has 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Platt.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We started a process back in July of 2020 to create an affordable house for the McFarland's two daughters, one of which is disabled. Due to the nature of the zoning, the office / PD, it was a complex process, but we got through it. We also recently gained the support of the neighbors regarding privacy and construction traffic and construction staging, which resulted in a unanimous approval with the Planning Commission for the project. So we would simply just ask that we would get your approval as well. And I'm here to answer any questions. And Terry from TS Civil Engineering, I believe, is online, and he can answer any questions, technical nature regarding subdivisions. Okay. Thank you.
Any questions from the council for Mr. Platt? I had a question, if you don't mind. So I understand that some of the exceptions that are being requested, one of them was about the lot split, and that's one of the exceptions in terms of the lot size after the split. And so is there a reason that a more even lot split wasn't considered here, when in which the minimum lot size, setbacks, LRDA could be achieved without exceptions?
Yeah, I think it was, if Terry is available, he could answer that probably better than I could, where the line was drawn. I know that he worked with staff on several iterations of where it was. The house was really sited according to the trees, because the McFarlands really love the trees and the nature and the rural aspect to the property, and they don't want to disturb that. So there were certain trees that we sited the house on, and we consulted with an arborist of how to do that. So that resulted in the house being placed in a certain location, and then the property line drawn in a fitting manner between the two properties. And then also, I think the nature of the property can be a higher density, so to speak, due to it being a part of a PD. So I think the concern of like the setbacks and things like that were not exactly applicable because of the nature of a PD compared to a normal single-family site. But if Terry's out there, he could probably answer that question better than I can.
Okay. Does Mr. Shevchik want to speak about this?
Thank you. The lot sizes were driven by the floor area ratio of the two buildings. So the existing house is larger. I think it's on the order of 3,800 square feet. And the 5,000 square foot lot size was appropriate for the improvements that we needed here. I wanted to point out also that other lots within the PD are as small as 3,000 square feet, and one of those has a 1,900 square foot structure on it. So I think we've come up with a reasonable lot size that will accommodate this smaller house. I think it's 1,900 square feet also.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Don't see any, so thank you. And we will take public comment on this at this point. And so I have one card here, which is, no, I don't. That's for 17, sorry. So I have no other public comment here. Is there any public comment on Zoom?
Yes, Desiree Hetzberg.
Go ahead, thank you.
Hi, my name is Desiree Hedberg, and I'm a small business owner forming relationship therapy, and I'm directly next to the proposed build for the second house. And two of our therapy offices look up onto the property and see the trees, the redwoods that are, I think, destined to be removed, which I understand and is sad. And my couple of questions are, I've looked through all of the materials and there isn't anything regarding noise consideration for the local businesses that are surrounding the plot. And while I'm not opposed to the parcel split or the build, I just want to make sure that that is a consideration for the McFarlands, because there are so many therapists and chiropractors and people who are providing mental health services in the area, that the piers that they're planning on putting in might cause considerable noise and disruption. And so I just want to make sure that we can do whatever we can to mitigate that interruption in daily business. And my other question, which can wait, but is on the view line from the top of the building at 233 Oak Meadow. How far above that is the property development structure going to be for the second building? Because it's really hard to tell based on the numbers that are in the drawings and the plans, how much that's going to stand out in our viewpoint from our windows.
Thank you. That's something that we can address with staff. Unfortunately, there were not story poles for this project, so some of those kind of questions are coming up now as we look at the various placards that have been put up. Thank you. Any other public online, Zoom?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so I will close the public portion of the hearing, and I will now see whether council has any questions for staff. I'll go back to my old question about the lot split size. It seems as though if there had been a more equal split, we could have ended up with two conforming that didn't require exceptions, didn't require LRDA issues. We've heard an explanation of that. Is that staff's understanding of the reason why we're ending up with a number of exceptions being requested?
Thank you for that question. I think it's sort of a 6 of one, half dozen the other situation where the proposed configuration creates a number of exceptions that are being requested. If the line was drawn to have two 8,000 plus square foot lots, the parcel A that's currently developed would require an exception to the FAR. And I'm not sure about setbacks because we don't obviously have a proposal in front of us that shows what those setbacks would be with that different line.
Okay, thank you. And just following up, so in the staff report, I believe it says that there already is a lot coverage, an FAR exception for parcel A as it's configured now. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I appreciate that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, comments, ideas, motion? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. A couple comments. I mean, certainly for all of us who have walked the area, it's a really eclectic space. You've got some parking lots surrounding buildings. There's office, there's townhomes, and then there's one single historic home. And when I was looking at the lot, initially I was trying to understand how it could be split because there's old historic walls and other things. And so to me, it makes sense that the lot was not divided equally because you want to preserve a lot of the structures and the sense around the historic building. And then the second house being a two-story home, it seems like it'll fit on the property very well. And when I look at the FAR listed for this proposed home, it's actually, of the 7 comparisons here, it's smaller than 4 of them. So it's not exceptionally taking over the property. I think preserving the trees is really important. That gives a sense of privacy and a sense of space and a sense of nature there. And it's a pretty unusual location. I mean, I think what we get down to is every time we're seeing any kind of development now in Los Gatos, all of these sites are unicorns. And so I think when I look at what was put here, this makes a lot of sense. I also appreciate that the Planning Commission deliberated. I know they continued it. Their deliberations were helpful to me, and I just feel like for adding another home here, this was done with the best set of compromises to put something here. So I don't have a problem with the FAR, with the siting, with the lot split. I think to arbitrarily cut the lot in half just so you have equal lot sizes doesn't take into account how the property looks, and especially when you've got an existing home, that would really be very awkward for the original home.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I agree completely. I think this is a thoughtful design of this proposal in a very odd sort of location. I think it fits well, and so I would be inclined to support.
Councilmember Badami?
I don't see any other hands up, so I'll try a motion. With the unanimous Planning Commission decision, I'll accept their recommendation and adopt a resolution approving the subdivision and architecture and site applications to allow subdivision from 1 lot to 2 lots and construction of a single-family residence, and introduce an ordinance repealing and replacing the Plan Development Ordinance 1412, establishing development standards and allowable uses for lots within the Plan Development Overlay Zone. I can also make the finding that the proposed project is categorically exempt pursuant to the adopted guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act, sections 15315, minor land divisions, as described in attachment 2.
Councilmember Isto?
I'm glad you said all that, Council Member. I'll second the motion.
Okay, any further discussion? Then I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we can now move on to item 15, which is implementation program AQ. We refer to these as implementation programs. They are part of what was submitted to the state as part of the housing element, and the state certified the housing element with the assumption that these implementation programs would move forward. And so there are quite a few of them. And so, Ms. Shupin, would you like to explain this one to us?
Sure. Good evening. Before the council this evening is consideration of implementation program AQ of the town's housing element, which requires various amendments to Chapter 29 of the Town Code. Program AQ includes a total of 11 items, of which 4 have already been completed. 1 will be addressed through another implementation program, and 1 that was erroneously included. The draft ordinance before you this evening focuses on the remaining items. The first being an amendment to the considerations for an architecture and site application with specific modifications to findings 4 and 6. Amendments to the findings for a conditional use permit with specific modifications to findings 1 and 2. An amendment to the definition of a single-family dwelling by adding that the definition also includes manufactured homes pursuant to section 65852.3 of the Government Code. And lastly, an amendment to the private open space and community recreation space requirements for a multifamily and condominium project to align them with the requirements in the objective design standards. On December 11th, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the amendments to Chapter 29. In April, the town will report completion of and progress made on this and other implementation programs as part of its demonstration compliance to HCD. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? So I had one, and that is, are there remaining parts of AQ?
This evening, this would be completing all parts of AQ with exception to 1, which is going to be addressed through implementation program AB, and staff expects the Planning Commission to consider that this spring.
Okay, thank you. So I will see whether council has any other questions on this. Don't see any. So I will now open public comment on this, and I have one card, and that's from Ms. Quintana.
Good evening. I had just a few fast comments to make on Section 2920.065, which are dimensions for condos, and Section 29.40.656 or O, I think I have that wrong. It's the multifamily dwellings recreation area. I would like to suggest consideration of adding a maximum for the private open space as well as including the minimum. And the reason I suggest that is because 120 square feet is a reasonable size, 60 is a reasonable size. That doesn't add that much to the bulk of a building, but when you add 300 or 400 square foot balconies per unit and you have a multifamily building, you can add significantly to the size of the building and the mass and the scale. So that's the reason I have that. Secondly, on 2910.065 CUP findings, I found that simply replacing shoulds with shalls does not really change the subjectivity to objectivity. And lastly, I found the staff report quite confusing. It seems to be attempting to provide a progress report on all of the issues within that one item, as well as for the current changes being proposed. And after reading the Planning Commission transcripts, I found that they were probably just as confused as I was. So those are my comments.
Question, Ms. Quintana, you said you're suggesting that there be a maximum private open space. Do you have a number that you think should be considered?
I hadn't thought about a number, but I think that when you have a condominium building with 40 or 50 or 60 units and they're providing 300 square foot balconies, as we have one, I'm not sure it's still in play, that added a lot of bulk to the building. So it's a question of providing open space, private open space, but at the same time minimizing the impacts of these, multi-story buildings that we are getting applications for.
And I had a follow-up to that. Are there different kinds of private open space? You've referred to balconies. Are there, potentially other kinds that would not be as intrusive that maybe it doesn't make sense to have a maximum?
I'm not sure. I think it needs to be considered. I think that when you have penthouses that have 4,000 square foot balcony or open space, is that appropriate or not? Does it, between the size of the space and the structures that may be erected on the space, like pergolas and stuff, does that add to the mass of the building as well? Is it, I'm talking about private open space. I'm not talking about public open space, say communal space on a rooftop deck. That's a different issue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments online, Zoom, on this item? Okay, I will close the public portion of the hearing and ask council members whether they have questions for staff or want to express an opinion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Question for staff on the question raised by the speaker. Would a backyard be considered private open space?
So the intent of this program is really to align the town codes requirements for open space with the objective design standards. There are definitions within the objective design standards for what constitutes open space. For example, private recreation space at a ground level means an outdoor enclosed patio or a deck. If it's above ground level, it's defined as a balcony or a terrace.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I appreciate the comment from the speaker, but I'm not sure. My mom lives in an HOA townhouse community with, a variety of different, gated deck areas, and I think they vary widely in terms of how big the units are, and that affects how big the private open space is. So I don't necessarily think it would make sense for us to put a number on that.
I have a question for staff. Has staff given some thought to the idea about this maximum open space, the impact on massing, and whether it might make sense to distinguish between different types of private open space?
Thank you for the question. So during the housing element, including a maximum was not considered. The intent was really to align the town code with what the objective standards called for. And so we didn't consider anything that wasn't already included in the objective design standards.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
I'll just provide my comments that I really appreciate the thought that went into this. This is very thorough, and I've been very impressed with the speed and detail that our planning and community development department has been able to get these programs out. And I know y'all are dealing with a lot of applications at the same time as implementation programs. So I really appreciate y'all bringing this forward to us this evening.
Councilmember Badami.
I'll just make a comment about the balconies and decks. I don't really foresee it to be a problem. I see developers that might build these are probably profit motivated, and so the larger you make the deck and the balcony, the more of an expense factor for the developer. So I'm not as concerned about that. Even though it's a good point, I mean, your purpose is well intended, Ms. Quintana. No disrespect.
Other comments or about it? I make one comment that I think that the work that's been done here is really exceptional and has really helped us meet some of the challenging requirements put on us by the state. This is a very complex area, and maybe we don't have it all right at this point, but I think it would make sense to move it forward. And we can adjust these implementation programs if we need to. Councilmember Badami.
Okay, with that, I'll try another motion. So I move to introduce an ordinance in Attachment 5, amending Chapter 29 of the zoning regulations of the Town Code regarding considerations for an architecture and site application, findings for a conditional use permit, manufactured housing, and private open space and community recreation space requirements pursuant to Implementation Program AQ of the 2023 through 2031 housing element.
Yes, Vice Mayor?
Second.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? Okay, I'll call a question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Passes unanimously. So we have another implementation item, which is item 16, which is an ordinance amending Chapter 29 of Town Code regarding parking standards pursuant to Implementation Program AA. Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, and good evening again. Before you this evening is consideration of Town Code amendments required through Housing Element Implementation Program AA regarding reduced parking. Program AA requires that the town make specific changes that would reduce parking standards in the town by 1, aligning those parking standards with the preparation of the objective design standards document, 2, reducing parking requirements near transit, 3, removing guest parking requirements for all residential and mixed-use projects in all zones, and 4, allowing parking to be unbundled from residential units. For item 1 regarding the objective design standards, no actions needed by the town since the final document did not include parking standards, as it was seen that the town code was sufficient. Excuse me. For item 4 regarding unbundled parking, staff is currently studying existing state law and neighboring municipalities with programs addressing the unbundling, and anticipates returning to the Planning Commission and the Council in the spring of this year. Your staff report details the proposed changes to the town code for implementation of item 2, reducing parking for multifamily developments near transit, and item 3, removing guest parking requirements for multifamily developments. Additional code amendments for parking are also included in the draft ordinance to reintroduce parking requirements that were erroneously removed during a previous code amendment, and removing some language for clarity. On December 11th, 2024, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the amendments with an additional recommendation that a definition of a transit stop be incorporated. As discussed in your staff report, the term public transportation has been incorporated into item number 3 in response to the Planning Commission's recommendation. Staff recommends that the council introduce the ordinance regarding parking standards pursuant to the Housing Element Implementation Program AA, and this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions at this point? Okay. Then we will open public comment. I don't have any cards on this item. Is there anyone online?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. So I'll move back to the council. Are there council comments on this or questions? Vice Mayor?
I'll just add that I thought the discussion about major transit stop versus high quality transportation was interesting and also a little bit disappointing to learn that we have no major transit stops in the town of Los Gatos, but otherwise I appreciate the report.
Maybe I could follow up. What are the implications as proposed for the different types of transit in what we're proposing to do here?
Thank you for that question. Staff has prepared an exhibit that would show the impact based on Route 61, which qualifies, and I'm going to mix up the terms, but qualifies as a high-quality transit corridor based on the headways reported by VTA. This is shared for you here. What you see is some stops that are small green dots, and we can zoom in on that in just a moment. Those are stops along Bascom Avenue and then turning onto Samaritan out near the hospital. These are stops for Route 61 that have an acceptable headway meeting the definition. The red rings are a half-mile crow's fly distance from those stops. While my GIS skills are okay, they're not good enough to provide you walking distance in a short time, so we just put this together. The yellow is our properties or parcels within the town. So there's a number of parcels outside of the town that it would impact. You can see how, and if we zoom to the next slide, you'll see how the current iteration of the draft ordinance impacts the properties on the edge of town there.
And if you could expand, how does it affect the properties?
It would remove the parking requirement for multifamily development. It would lower it from 1.5 to 1.
Okay. I had another question. These recommendations, do they comply with state law and state guidelines, or are they going above and beyond state law and guidelines?
Thank you for that question. I can provide some feedback, and perhaps the town attorney can jump in. The terms that we've discussed in the staff report, the high quality transit corridor and the major transit stop, are terms that are used and defined in different government codes. And the way that our ordinance was written was to refer to those. So I believe it's an approach that would comply with state law. And if the town attorney or the town manager have anything to add, I'm happy to defer to them.
Okay, thank you. That was critically important to me to get that one out there. Councilmember Aristo, did you have a question?
No, I had. Yes, I did. So I guess looking at the fact that we don't have any major transit stops, which I know because I've ridden the bus, I'm assuming that will this program stand up and morph with time if, for example, miraculously we suddenly got, say the 27 lines suddenly had 15-minute headways or something, does that then change the parking requirements along there for anything new?
Thank you for that question. The way that the draft ordinance is written, by simply referring to the government code sections, provides that type of flexibility. Should VTA increase their headways on any of the routes that run through town, then it would become effective along those lines as well.
Okay, so it can slide. It's
Correct.
or-
What the map that was provided is not that's at the moment,
Right, that's
based
a
on the
point in
service.
time.
If service levels increase, then it could have a greater impact in the future.
Okay, so it's dependent on what the lines are and how they change. But I appreciate the definition and the discussion at the Planning Commission, as well as what staff gave us. Thank you.
And I agree with that, and I think that the flexibility as transit situation improves, hopefully, here will allow us to accommodate that. I thought that, I think there was some comments in the Planning Commission, sort of a hope that if we restricted parking enough, then VTA would agree to extend, transit. And it seemed to me that that was probably not really realistic. So I think this process is quite realistic. And I think, again, this is good work by staff in looking at the options and how, although things may sound like mandates from the state, they are, in fact, when you really look at them in the way you would implement them here, it I think really does suit the character of our community. So really pleased with the progress on this one. Councilmember Badami.
I have a question for staff. So removing guest parking requirements for all residential and mixed-use projects in all zones, is this necessary? I mean, I have a little bit of an issue with that one.
Thank you for that question. That is the language in the implementation program. I can expand by offering that that single-family residential in our town code does not require guest parking, so there's no impact to those properties. Even with the language in the implementation program, the only guest parking requirement is triggered for multifamily, and in this case, to comply with Program AA, that would be removed.
I don't have a problem with the single family. It's a multifamily where I see that people, if they have a garage in these multifamilies, it's not used as a garage, it's used for additional living space. So now you've got the residents parking their own cars on the street, and then you have the guests parking the cars on the street. And at times, I've witnessed some of these streets, Alberta Way, for example, where it's just become a real navigational problem to safely travel down the street with cars lined up on either side. But you're telling us it's almost necessary to do this, to get this qualified?
This was the change that was included in the housing element that was certified that the town committed to make.
Okay.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I guess a question I have is, I'm thinking about, examples of areas where a whole lot of multifamily housing is going to be put in, and by us saying that there doesn't have to be, we can't require guest parking, my guess would be that there might be certain developments where the developer might think this will make it undesirable if there's not guest parking. I'm assuming that if a developer feels they want to add guest parking, they can. We just can't require it. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
My concern about the elimination of guest parking from multifamily really hinges on where we're going to allow multifamily, and we haven't addressed that yet. So that is a different implementation program, and I think this consideration of the elimination of guest parking that we committed that we were going to do needs to be a consideration about where some of this small multifamily is allowed, and particularly if that small multifamily has no guest parking and it's on an evacuation route, or it's beyond 500 feet of transit. Those are things that we're going to need to really think about when we address that. So I'm not so concerned about removing it because we said we were going to do it, but I am concerned about where we allow small multifamily. Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I mean, I think that can be a valid point. I'm thinking about the small multifamily that's on my block right downtown, and there's not guest parking. It's street parking. So I know that already existing housing is required to park its own vehicles, correct? I mean, we require garages or driveways, whatever, although ADUs don't. But in single-family neighborhoods where there could be a fourplex, this is where it would come in that there could not be required guest parking, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm trying to imagine what that would look like anyway, because I have a fourplex kind of across the street from me, and I don't know where they would carve out guest parking, you know, on the front lawn or whatever. So I think we already have this, but we certainly could be heading in a direction where, you know, we do have a lot of cars looking for space. So I understand your concern.
Other comments or questions? Okay, would anyone like to venture a motion? Councilmember Risto.
Okay, I will do my best here. I move to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 29, zoning regulations of the Town Code regarding parking standards pursuant to implementation program AA of the 2023-2031 housing element. And I can find adoption of this ordinance is exempt pursuant to SEQA section 15061B3, and that it can be seen with certainty it will not impact the environment.
Second, Vice Mayor.
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Councilmember Badami.
I'll just make a comment that I'll be reluctantly supporting the motion.
Okay, and I also am reluctant because it doesn't address where this is going to occur, and that's the critical issue, I think. And I think if we bring in the thinking about eliminating guest parking, it's going to help us to understand where it may be appropriate to have small multifamily. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, the next item is a different one. It is the Los Gatos Police Services Report from July to December 2024. Chief Field.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jamie Field, Chief for Los Gatos Montesano Police Department. And before you this evening is the biannual police report out that will cover the time frame from July to December of 2024. Additionally, there is a component towards the end of this presentation that addresses flock technology. So to assist with some of the technicalities that go with that, we have two flock representatives, and I let the clerk know earlier, Tariq and Kristen are available should we get to that point and if there's any support that might be needed. Okay, next slide, please. So as we continue to address trying to build our department and replace some of the retirees from last year, we had at least 7 retire last year, but we continued to hire and we're successful in our hiring process. We still have 2 officers that are in training and we expect them to get off of training here in the next couple of weeks, so they will be solo resources for us. I'm happy to also report that our dispatch center, for the first time in a very long time, is fully staffed with all 8 dispatchers. So that's been a huge feat for us. So we do have 1 dispatcher in training, but all 8 positions are fully staffed. We've continued to also focus on promotions and developing our internal staff. So we did promote during this time frame 1 corporal and 1 sergeant. We have another promotional process that will be upcoming here in March. So we will be looking to potentially promote to another corporal and probably another couple sergeants this year, as we expect for other retirements to occur this year, but not to the extent that we saw last year. So we'll be able to we expect to recover from last year's departures in the near future. Additionally, I would also like to share that we had an oral board today, and we have another one coming up in the next couple of weeks. So positive progress there. In this reportable time frame, we have had over 175 officer applicants in that 6-month reportable time frame. Next slide, please. We continue to focus on efficiencies and improvements that comes through technology, that also comes through staff. So in August, we had brought forward, with the assistance and support of HR, some adjustments that were in the area of dispatch and for officers to allow for better efficiencies, better use of overtime and deployment. That has continued to work well, so we have not had to make many adjustments there. For technology, we introduced electronic citations in October through a grant-funded opportunity. And then we also begun e-filing a lot of our reports, so that requires less administrative time having to go back and forth down to the DA's office. And then finally, I'd like to touch upon some of the increased and ongoing support that we see through our community, through the engagement and the generosity of the community that comes in through the Police Foundation. And really what we saw this last year is a very significant amount of support. So we were able to introduce a EOD, a explosive and tracking canine, and the training as well. So that is new to our department. We've continued with the therapy dogs. That support comes through the Police Foundation, advancing our drone technology and training. Additionally, we also introduced something different with our National Night Out. We have continued to support the various different neighborhoods that choose to come together with National Night Out. But we also started a National Night Out event down at Town Plaza Park this last year. And we had significant turnout. We actually have a picture here in an upcoming slide. But the support that we see through that generosity is just amazing, and we greatly appreciate it because it allows us to bring forth some of these opportunities, tools, training, engagement that we normally wouldn't be able to. One of the upcoming ones is actually the Community Police Academy. And that's an opportunity for the community to engage for 8 weeks. I've placed flyers out in the lobby, and we've actually been able to get some of our volunteers for CERT and DART through the Community Police Academy. So we're recruiting. I think we have about 10 to 12 right now, and we'd like to see closer to 30, and that begins March 6th. Next slide, please. This is focusing on the value of localized policing. We're all familiar with the community policing model that we're very proud of here in Los Gatos. And it really helps to bridge some of that understanding of what public safety means to this community and how we can tailor that to some of the values of this community. As I had mentioned, the National Night Out, that's what you see there in the upper left-hand slide. Our new school resource officer, Jonathan Reyes, he has the kids lined up there throwing the ball at the dunk tank that many of us, myself included, sat in on that evening. Lower left hand and then the other upper corner is other engagement opportunities that we generally do annually. Those were at the Calvary Church. It's an opportunity for officers to get out of the car and engage with the next generations, our youth, and many other venues as well. So we've been able to get over to the terraces at times and other schools. So any opportunity, we try to get out there and engage in various different ways, including bike rodeos. Additionally, through our stakeholders and partners in the community, in the lower right-hand corner is at the Jewish Community Center, where we hold trainings for our staff and for others through their support. And then in this case, this is the police recognition luncheon that we had this past year in October, where we had over 130 people from the community turn out, including the DA for Santa Clara County, elected officials, and some of you were there. Thank you for that support. And we continue to do that to make sure that our staff and the community members that support us feel valued, appreciated, and recognized. Additionally, there's some other items I'd like to highlight. Our volunteers in policing. We have 4 VIPs within our department. and they do exceptional work. So in this reportable period, they have over 220 hours of volunteer time, and during that time, they were responsible for checking on 267 vacation checks. And what that means is each one of those was checked 3 times a week, so multiply that times 3. Additionally, they also went out and welcomed new community members through the Welcome Packet program, and there was 413 welcome packets delivered through our Volunteers in Policing program. So wonderful, wonderful work. And finally, I'll make mention of this morning at St. Luke's weekly pantry. We have each Tuesday one of our officers that goes out to offer support to the unhoused population as well. Next slide. So our data analytics helps to show some of the workload and some of the bandwidth. And this is one of our takeaways from the Meliora organizational assessment, is to make sure to offer to the community some graphs that we can show each and every time. And what you see there on the left is our response priority times. We strive to hit 5, 10, and 15 minutes. That coincides with priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3. And you'll notice for the priority 1, we are within just a couple seconds of meeting that goal, and certainly way below the goal for our priority 2 and priority 3 calls. So those calls are dispatched through our dispatch center that we have just shortly across the way. And you see the breakdown there on your right in the graphs in comparison from 2023 to 2024 that shows the number of calls that they are handling, 911 calls, incoming or outgoing calls, and that they are answering those within a timely fashion. So all those calls, and what does that mean and how does it support our sworn staff out on patrol? During this reportable time frame, there was approximately 22,000 incident numbers entered during between July and December. Of that 22,000, 8,682 were dispatched, meaning that our officers or our staff handled those calls for service. To break that down a little bit further, 142 were priority 1, about 3,200 were priority 2, and right around 5,300 were priority 3, just to give you a sense of where that workload is going. Next slide, please. So here's some of our enforcement on the left. You'll see an increase of some of the traffic stops during that time. There can be a number of different reasons. Maybe that was directed traffic enforcement or trainees that were out there and we're trying to get the reps with them. We see a little bit of a reduction in the citations that were issued, and we believe that that has to do with the implementation of a new citation process. So we see a little bit lower numbers there, but I've seen those numbers starting to increase now as we're becoming familiar with that new technology. And then the reports on the right, you see, are trending somewhat similar as well. Next slide. Emergency preparedness is certainly in the forefront of all of our minds with some of the recent events that we saw in New Orleans, Palisades, and even locally we saw Moss Landing with the fires there. At the top, we have CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team that is overseen by the police department. Last year, we had 22 new CERT members, which we're really excited about, and that's in part due to our volunteers, many other voices in the community, and just ongoing recruitment efforts. Additionally, we've also had 16 individuals that have reached out with interest in the CERT program, but maybe not taking it quite yet, but want to become more involved and more aware. So that's wonderful. We have a CERT meeting with the leads each month, and we have now implemented a new emergency preparedness meeting. And they had the first one in November, and I know Councilmember Moore, you had attended, as well as the town manager, and we had probably around 40 people there in attendance. So it definitely kicked off with a lot of attention. The next one is upcoming here in February, so that's exciting. We also implemented 2 new neighborhood incident command posts this past year, with 2 more coming in this upcoming year from additional funding through the CIP that is allocated to support that. DART, our disaster aid response team, is kind of that next tier of emergency response and preparedness. They also help us with many of the special events through engagement efforts, including the Community Police Academy. We're able to recruit 2 additional DART members. So that's good for succession planning there. They've been around for 40 years now, so that's good. I mentioned the Community Police Academy, and then finally active shooter training. We continue to engage in that environment and make sure that our folks are trained, familiar, getting those reps in. Just last week, we sent 2 of our staff to go participate in training with federal authorities. We, during this reportable time, did FEMA training and post-training and on-the-ground training at our the Jewish Community Center allowed us to participate there as well, so we can at least get out of that classroom environment and really get in some of those reps that we hope that we never have to use, but we're prepared to respond should the need arise. Next slide, please. The priorities and themes, I'll just kind of high level over these. We'll continue to focus on the recommendations made through the organizational assessment. Succession planning, a lot of times we think primarily sworn staff, but professional staff, we will see a significant number of retirements there this year, so we need to plan ahead to make sure that that knowledge transfer occurs, and we're looking at processes and being thoughtful about those positions. I mentioned about the upcoming promotional opportunities. Training and professional and development is imperative to make sure that our new staff, as almost half of the department is new within the last 3 years, that they have core police training when they get out of the academy. We still need to send them to LIDAR and radar school, mental health update training, be awareness for resources, interview and interrogation, DUI training. Those are specific training areas that we need to make sure to send them to afterwards. So continuously investing there. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next 2 slides are on Flock, and there's been some questions related to Flock and specifically on privately owned Flock, but I just want to give a high-level overview of what Flock is and what it does for us. The town, years ago, invested in 17 Flock cameras. That's 16 fixed Flock cameras and 1 that is a mobile Flock camera. So we do have the ability to audit those. The private cameras that are shared with us, we can also search those databases as well. Flock maintains the license plate information for 30 days, and then it is erased. Anytime that there is a search that's conducted by our staff, it is memorialized, and that stays. And we have a administrator that monitors that system. And anytime it is searched, there has to be an incident number or a case number associated to it. It cannot be arbitrarily searched. That information, and I can even lean on the town attorney as we've had some of these conversations in terms of how that relates to PRA, and we can expand on that if need be. In the last 30 days, there's been over 412,000 vehicles detected on our Flock cameras. That's very significant, and that allows us a pretty robust database should we need to utilize that for investigative purposes. In the last 6 months, there has been 50 confirmed Flock hits, and what that means is when there is a hit that is alerted to our work phones, the cars, or in dispatch, they confirm that license plate. Because sometimes an I might look like a T or an 8 might be a B. So they make sure to confirm that information before there is any further activity that takes place there. Those alerts are on vehicles that are in the system because of a hot list. They're stolen, the vehicle is wanted for a felony, or maybe it's somebody that might be missing and logged into the database. So it's not always for criminal purposes. It might be somebody that's missing or is in the system for other reasons that they need our additional support. I'll provide an example of where this is very useful in the last week, where there was an incident that involved a felony investigation, and because of cameras in the area, privately owned cameras, the license plate on the suspect vehicle was captured. That license plate was entered into the Flock database. This morning, I got an alert that said that that vehicle just passed one of our flock cameras in town. So now we know where that vehicle came into town. While our officers were not able to locate it, it allows us to capture some information, and hopefully we can potentially make contact with that vehicle at some point to ascertain further investigative follow-up from there. So that's just one snapshot of there wasn't a case associated with that flock hit. However, is it providing us very valuable information? Absolutely. Next slide, please. I mentioned about protecting the privacy in terms of the information is removed within 30 days, and it is controlled in terms of how, when and how we access that information and the audit trail that can occur by that. It's not a system where we can download, say, all of the vehicles that pass by a certain camera today. It is a very controlled piece of technology that really magnifies our abilities. It's both proactive and reactive. Some of these vehicles, they may see us as we come into the area where their alert was. We may never see them, but hopefully they leave the area. In some cases, they leave at a very high rate of speed. We will not pursue these vehicles. In most cases, very rarely would we pursue if it falls within our pursuit policy. And the other thing is obviously for investigative purposes, as I had previously mentioned. Our cameras, as of last August, are shared with all law enforcement agencies within Santa Clara County, and that's it. And that was up until last August, we had not shared anywhere outside of here, and that was something that we brought before council last August. And next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. Myself and, as I mentioned, some flock representatives are also available for any questions.
Okay, council questions, and then I do have a speaker card, so Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate this as always. Congratulations on the impressive staffing update. That is always great to see. I wanted to know, and this can be answered at a high level. I know we're often thinking about new policies from the state and federal government and how those can impact our department, especially with I think there have been a number of changes to the state to state law that I think impact us and more pending changes. Are there particular things you're concerned about in terms of unfunded mandates or other items that we need to keep an eye on as we think about supporting the department?
Thank you for that question. I think it's nothing currently would be the easiest question to that. It's something that we're certainly monitoring, especially early in the year. So there might be more that I'll certainly, through the town manager, make sure to keep the council informed on.
Thank you.
Other questions? I had a question. So regarding privacy, I understand that we automatically share data with other agencies. I'm kind of interested in new requests. Do we get any new requests from agencies outside of the ones that we deal with? And are any of them requesting data beyond the 30-day retention, or are we getting? How will the community know that we're getting requests, maybe requests from federal government, ICE, other things like that? How would the community know whether that's happening?
Thank you for the question. I'll first start with more of a localized level. So say we receive a request to check our flock database for an agency that's outside of the county. We'll say Sacramento Police Department, for instance. They would call one of our officers and provide a case report number. There would be a conversation to confirm that this is an ongoing investigation. we would then be able to log that case report number in prior to being able to even search within our database system. One of our officers would do that if it was deemed to be within the appropriate policy. For utilizing FLOC for other purposes like immigration, that is on our website, on our FLOC transparency portal, that it will not be used for those purposes. There are laws that that outline those parameters as well.
I guess I understand that we have regulations. Would we know whether requests were being made? Is there any way for, if requests are being made, for the council and the community to be aware of those requests? I don't mean about specific individuals, but I mean,
one way they might know is the town has a Public Records Act portal on its website, and all of the Public Records Act requests that comes in can be viewed by the public. And I did have more information on the Public Records Act, if this is a good time to bring that up. Okay. So there is a little bit of case law on this, and it holds that if the town owns, possesses, or controls the data, it constitutes a public record. But there are a couple of exceptions that will apply. One is the investigatory exception, and so if the town is requesting FLOC data in connection with a specific investigation, the data will be covered by that exemption. There's also a potentially applicable exemption, which is called the balancing test, and that's the test that says that is the public interest in non-disclosure, does that outweigh the public's interest in disclosure? And that will often come up in the context of privacy. And so agencies will often use that exemption to withhold data that's been requested by a member of the public. So those are the two exemptions that will come up in connection with future Public Records Act requests.
Okay, thank you. Public's been waiting patiently. If we could maybe just take public comment. I have one card, Diana Schnabel and Len Connolly. And if I pronounced your name incorrectly, go ahead. Make sure I get it right.
You pronounced it just perfectly. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Diana Schnabel-Revelo. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Jewish Silicon Valley, and I'm joined tonight with my colleague, Len Connolly, the Senior Director of Facilities. Thank you for attending quickly the Hanukkah on Main event we had earlier this month. I know we saw some of your faces there. And again, our community absolutely enjoys having the council representation there and the support from the town in general. We wanted to highlight the unwavering support of the Los Gatos Montessorino Police Department to not only Jewish Silicon Valley, but to our community at large. The dedication Chief Field and her entire staff has shown in regards to the welfare of Los Gatos and Montessorino is unprecedented. We ask that the town to continue to support the police department as they wholeheartedly do now, to continue the level of service that we have all grown to know, including but not limited to the supporting of infrastructure improvements, staff training, technology enhancements, and community engagement and specialized programs. We look forward to continuing to support the Los Gatos Montessorino Police Department and watching them grow as they continue to serve our community.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And any other comment on Zoom? I have no other cards.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I did want to note that we received at least 3 letters from folks who are very knowledgeable and influential about our police services in town, and they were all extremely supportive of the work that our police department is doing. I think it's reflected in this report, but it's also reflected in really unsolicited comments from our residents. So do we have any further questions on this?
We have 2 speakers on Zoom.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Yes. Karen Yamamoto.
Okay.
Item number 18. Can you hear me?
This is item 17.
Yeah, I don't.
No, we
I
are,
did not
I'm
put
sorry.
17. So that's incorrect.
No, I'm sorry. We are still on item 17.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, which is the police report.
Yeah, I don't have a comment on that.
Okay.
Was my hand raised?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Accident.
Don't worry about it. And we appreciate everybody who's staying up late for all these items. Any other comments on 17?
Yes, Jonathan Knowles.
Okay.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
My Jonathan Knowles. I'm president of the Los Gatos Montessorino Police Foundation and chairman of that board, along with 8 other community members. We are a foundation that is community-based, that is a nonprofit. No one takes any salary for their participation. And we serve a couple of functions. We serve to provide a connection for engagement within the community, as well as an innovation partner to the town with regards to public safety and modern policing, as Chief Field mentioned, through our involvement in a variety of technologies and trainings and programs. And as we continue this journey to making the town of Los Gatos a safer place for all of us and a fine example for departments throughout California, the support through mindful and appropriate budget allocation by you, our town council, for our local police department, of course, is critical. And thanks to the commitments to resource allocation that you have been making, we have officers who understand neighborhood dynamics and cultural nuances and historical contexts. We have a police force that has built close long-term relationships with residents and business holders, community organizations, and other stakeholders. And this, of course, has resulted in engagement that fosters trust and in turn encourages even more members of the community to participate in problem solving around public safety. There are so many things we could go into that make our police department special. We are indeed an example that is looked to from communities throughout the state. We have fairly regularly host the Cal Chiefs, 50 chiefs of police, here for a dinner each year in Los Gatos. And we are constantly asked by them to help them do what we're doing here in Los Gatos. And with your attention to prioritizing police department resources, all of us in our fine town can continue to enjoy this unprecedented level of public safety and participation in how it is practiced today and how it will be practiced in the future. Thank you all, Council and Mayor, for all of your continued support of our police department, and to all of those who make this one of the finest towns in the state of California. Thanks.
Thank you again for your comments. I don't think we have any other folks. Okay, so we'll close the public portion of this, and do council members have any comments? I don't think a motion's required, but any feedback or questions? Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. First of all, Chief, I appreciate this every 6-month update. It's, there's some things that I don't know, how many calls come in, what percentage are different priorities. And then there's many things I do know as a member of the community, and it's nice to reinforce the high quality and, the good work our department is doing. I think about our police department, and basically, part of what makes Los Gatos special is the community engagement, our town employees, our police department, and you basically reflect and enhance the quality of our town. It's, I appreciate the struggle that all departments have hiring, and it's such encouraging news to know that we are on, regaining footing and probably leading in terms of filling retired positions and, being fully staffed at dispatch. So a little sigh of relief, obviously still more work to do, but I appreciate that this is a department that will attract the best and, work well for our community. So thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to compliment a few different things and then ask one question. I think the comments we just heard are a testament to the true values of community policing and the value of the community policing model. The fact that we have leaders from the Jewish community who are sharing that they, feel safer for the diligence of our, both our officers and police leadership, I think is a huge testament to the work of the department. I love the new iteration of National Night Out. I think that's a really good way to do that. I think it's great to both still be in the neighborhoods and provide that opportunity for residents, but also provide a sort of centralized, celebration of what we do in community policing and have the opportunity to dunk the police chief. And then just add that I am always impressed with the Community Policing Academy, and I think that's just a great thing to do. My question, the conversation around Flock brings up, I think, some important privacy concerns. When I first learned about Flock, I personally had some privacy concerns. I have now, done sort of a full 180 that I think that technology is super, super secure, and you and your officers have done a really good job, I think, both communicating to us as the council and the community about how that technology works. So I appreciate that. But and the mayor sort of touched on this. I think there are new, different privacy concerns, that will be presented to us in the coming years. And so I wanted to know at a high level if our officers are aware of SB 54, the California Values Act, which specifically talks about the data sharing in law enforcement on the topic of immigration, and making sure that, I know that our police leadership and our town leadership are aware of that, but I think it's important for, all officers in the department to be aware of the implications of that, and why I think it's of heightened importance, now.
Thank you for that. Yes, we have been communicating that out frequently. We even had a conversation today about bringing that up with our supervisors, just to reiterate some of the bullet points, the policy. And then I also wanted to add that this evening at the Montessorino Council, they did approve 19 cameras with one mobile camera unanimously this evening. So our partners with Flock, they were over there assisting as well. But I wanted to just offer that the footprint of that technology will be expanding, not just to include the privately owned cameras, the ones that Los Gatos also supported, and now a neighboring community that will be able to benefit from even further. But to the point of anything that might be changing on the horizon and SB 54 as it currently stands, absolutely. And as I mentioned, there's laws already that apply to what we can and cannot do, and definitely SB 54 is well outlined.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
No other questions? Then thank you for the report, and we look forward to the next one. And we also look forward to hearing about how closely the police department works with the other departments in town, with the town manager and his background in law enforcement, as well as with all of the departments. And that's, I think, we think about community policing, we think about the police department and the residents, but there's also this aspect of it, and I think it's very well done and very important, so thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to just ask thanks, and thank you for bringing that up, to Parks and Public Works and their assistance with Flock. They're a big part to this, especially with the private Flock, and so that partnership is very present and strong in supporting one another with that and many other areas. So thank you, and I'll make sure to include that in the future.
Great, thank you. Okay, the long-awaited item 18. So we do have some public comment on it, but this is, I think, on the minds of many of our residents, is what are we doing about wildfire safety and preparedness? And I think that governments all over, particularly in California, are being asked these questions tonight and this week as we understand the impact of the fires in LA and as we try to absorb the impact of fires in Hawaii. So again, very pleased that our town manager has taken the lead on this and come up with some ideas to kick off the discussion, and our assistant town manager as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to introduce to my right, Katie Nomura, who's our assistant town manager. Online today, we also have our emergency services coordinator, Jim Frawley, and our deputy chief, Dennis Lawley from the Santa Clara County Fire Department. Thank you for getting through our entire council meeting to be here and available to talk about this item. Public safety in most cities is one of the highest priorities that are identified. In our town, when we look at our strategic priorities, 1/4 of the entire page that lists our strategic priorities center around public safety. And in public safety specifically, CERT, emergency response, vegetation management, fire-related activities. What's implied in there also is the wonderful job that our law enforcement folks do that just add to the total mix of what we provide in public safety. I've now been in the town for a little over 2 months, and I have an experience dealing with fires. Almost seems like fires chase me around, from the Camp Fire up in Northern California where Paradise burned, to fires before I arrived at San Dimas, and a fire a month before I left on the hillside that threatened our community, to then now look down in LA with all my colleagues, city managers, and to see the type of fires that devastated Northern California, be devastating Southern California. Clearly, this is an area that we definitely need to be doing really well in. For the last 5+ years, our community has done quite a lot in terms of our efforts to prepare for disaster, specifically wildfire. And I have to compliment our community and some of those who are in the audience today who stepped up and participated in helping develop plans, specifically our ad hoc wildfire committee report, which was done in 2020, to help us along. But like many cities, the resources that we dedicate are not enough to accomplish everything. And so what we have in our community today is a lot of collateralized duties, where we have folks like our assistant town manager that takes the lead on disaster preparedness on top of the dozens of other tasks that she's required to do. Our Parks and Public Works director that's been taking the lead on our vegetation management grant programs, which to date we've spent under the current FEMA grant $114,000 with another $1.8 million in line encumbered for more activity during the course of this calendar year. To our law enforcement partners who would administer and help CERT become one of the best CERTs that I've ever seen in our community. It just goes on and on. In my assessment, I had originally planned on coming forth during the budget process with certain additions or changes based on where I thought our priorities were and where our resources aligned with those. One specifically was going to be the implementation of a full-time emergency manager. We currently have 2 individuals that are experts in the field, one that's on our Zoom call today, that only work half-time assisting us with the efforts that we have. And in all the areas of emergency preparedness, we seemingly are making small strides in a lot of different areas where when you look at the risk and exposures, I felt that given that the strength of the priorities on our strategic priorities and the risk to our communities, I think we need to accelerate the efforts that we make. And you cannot accelerate those efforts without having a dedicated resource that is solely focused on emergencies and understanding what do we need to do, when do we need to do it, and actually implement those, and then lead all the rest of the efforts in our organization towards that effect. From training our staff and our partners to resourcing our emergency operations center to identifying what are the priorities externally that we need to implement, and then to engage the public in those solutions and those problems, because There is no disaster that the government itself will be the solution to protect the public. It is a collaborative effort between us and the community and our partners. And we need somebody who is spending all their time focused on this effort and assuring that we align. And so rather than wait till the budget process and then have funding that starts July 1 to start a recruitment that we would end up with a candidate later in the calendar year, in discussions with our assistant town manager and understanding the net impact was only about $95,000, I'm making the recommendation to approve the appropriation of $1 million and to authorize adding a full-time emergency manager to our city ranks. Now, I do not expect to spend $1 million. This is an appropriation. The appropriation is to fund the position, it's to fund any other initiatives that that position deems necessary, and also to provide an amount of resources that's already pre-appropriated. So in the case of a disaster or pre-disaster, if there's activities that we can implement right away that will minimize the risk exposure to the public and to property, to be able to just immediately act, to be able to accomplish that instead of waiting 2 weeks to put it on the agenda, then to go through the typical process. I felt that that is something that most cities don't have already done, where that funding is already identified. The emergency directors are identified, such as myself, but the funding that goes with it isn't necessarily black and white to know that it's available. And so I think this resource, knowing that we do have limited resources, I believe that this priority is a priority that we definitely cannot wait to implement, and that we should be implementing it today. I will not go through the large amount of activities that are listed in the staff report, or if you go to the link to our website, the additional activities that we've done over the last 5+ years. But my hope is that with this addition and resource commitment, that we actually accelerate what we do and become a safer community because of that. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it to you.
Okay, thank you. Typically we go right to the council members for questions. I think I'd like to try to go to the public first, if we could do that. And I know that some people have been waiting, and I think it'll trigger some better questions on my part to hear from the public. So first member I have is Rob Stump, and then Karen Yamamoto, who's on Zoom, and then Peter Hertan. And if anyone else would like to speak on this, we'd welcome it.
Council, good late evening. First, I need to make a disclosure that I am a member of the Planning Commission. Tonight, I am not speaking on behalf of the Commission. I'm a hillside resident of Los Gatos who lives in the wildland urban interface, lovingly known as the WUI, and someone who's passionate about emergency management, including wildfire prevention. You heard the town manager speak to key initiatives that the town has undertaken in the past several years, not the least being the ad hoc wildfire committee that was set up to develop an action plan. Priorities were set by asking, will our actions, number one, save lives, and secondly, protect property? What things were prioritized? Communication, including mass communication, evacuation, roadside fuel reduction, residential land management. I'm not going to take time to address accomplishments in that area, but I do want to speak briefly about residential land management. It is a critical initiative. WUI homeowners must harden their homes. A $2 million grant was secured and shared with Santa Clara County Fire Department to support a wildland fire specialist and a fuels crew to assist communities in achieving defensible space and home hardening measures. A lot more needs to be done. Next, and this is longer term, a wildfire readiness assessment should be authored for our community. It should detail where we are, a baseline, where we need to be, and how to get it done. Because as this town manager also mentioned, our funding is not endless. We're going to need to find other sources of funds. 2 immediate priorities that we need to continue to focus on. Ensure the roadside fuel reduction program is accelerated and home hardening efforts in the WUI are pursued with haste. The recent fires in LA are a wake-up call. For those who don't believe wildfire could ever strike Los Gatos, a study completed prior to the wildfire that destroyed Paradise and killed 85 people rated Los Gatos a higher risk for wildfire. A higher risk for wildfire. So we must increase our focus and investment to make Los Gatos wildfire resistant. Tonight, the council can make a key investment by approving a full-time emergency manager and related funding to provide focus and leadership for our emergency planning process. The manager cannot get this job done alone. It's got to be a partnership with the community, but with full-time focus, leadership can be provided by the emergency manager to mobilize the town's preparation and prevention measures, and in partnership with the community, move the residents to the WUI to action. The LA fires are a call to action for Los Gatos. Let's act now. Please authorize a full-time emergency manager tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Stump?
It's too late for questions.
I did have a question. Sorry. I've been thinking about community engagement. We had a very effective ad hoc committee, and now we have leadership that's coming from the town. But what has happened in between, in my mind, is LA and Hawaii, Maui in particular. And so do you have some thoughts about how the community can learn from these horrible events and potentially shift priorities? But what's the best way for the community to engage on this?
That is the $64,000 question, maybe the $64 billion question. How do you really get the community involved? And you're going to hear from, I know, at least one other speaker about Firewise communities. We are now in the process in our neighborhood of having 60 homes in a Firewise community that will probably ultimately expand to 100. That allows our community leaders and people who are community informal leaders to literally be evangelists, and that's what we need. We've got to have evangelists out there speaking to neighbors. And neighbors can talk to neighbors in a different way. It's kind of like, hey, Maria, you got to get your act together here. We can talk to our neighbors that way. We can say, let's get this taken care of. Let's focus on the things that are going to make a big difference. And some of the studies we're seeing now are startling as to survivability of homes based on simple things, not cheap things necessarily, but to harden your homes. A 60% survival rate versus probably 0.
Thank you. Councilmember Boudami.
Thank you for your presentation or your comments. Are you familiar with a wildfire prepared certification?
Through which organization?
Well, I would say that I think it's no secret I'm in the insurance
through
business.
NFPA?
Pardon me?
Is it through NFPA, National Fire Prevention Association?
I'm not sure. Let me just say that I'm in a business where I do homeowners insurance, and a lot of the policies have been non-renewed in Los Gatos, but with the company that I represent, they would give homeowners the opportunity to obtain a wildfire prepared certification. But it would require certain things like, well, you can't have artificial turf or a wooden fence in close proximity to your house, or you can't have landscaping within 5 feet of your house. There was a lot of mitigation measures that one would have to make. And I can honestly say in the last year and a half, almost 2 years, that we provided residents this opportunity to maybe salvage their insurance policy by doing this. Not one person did it. So they decided to maybe go with another carrier that wouldn't make them do that, that ultimately some of these carriers are now dropping everybody. So how would you recommend regulating this home hardening in Los Gatos, where I've encountered a resistance because people seem to think it's not going to happen here, and I don't want to do that to my lovely landscaping and beautiful home?
I hate to say it, but what you need to market to people is a burning platform, and we have one. It's called Los Angeles. I think that people are going to be far more listening. I mean, look what's happening to the mayor in San Jose, and they're getting pounded with questions. What is going on? How are you handling this? How are you addressing this? The community is waking up. So part of it is we've got to strike now. We've got to get out there. And that's why I say working through the neighborhoods and developing neighborhood organizations, we went from 0 to over 60 homes because of a fire in our neighborhood. That was the burning platform. And so it's really got to be almost neighborhood, hillside neighborhood by hillside neighborhood. And that's going to take a concerted effort, and that will take leadership. And we may need to mobilize our kind of like a la CERT with a wildfire team. Maybe we need just to say, volunteers I'm talking. I'm not talking about people that have to be paid to do this, but to go out and spread the word and to be able to give people, because we got people in this community are smart. In God we trust, all others bring data. Well, I can bring a bunch of data. And I can, assure people that if these things are taken care of, simple things like foundation vents, eave vents, roof vents, double paned windows, fireproof, roofing, all these sorts of things will increase the survivability odds of your home, plain and simple. In fact, that's why you see some homes in these burned out areas in LA still standing, because maybe they did the work of the home hardening. But I believe in a pull strategy, not a push. It's harder to do, but we got to get the community to cooperate, and I think we've got to have more volunteer efforts.
One other question related to that. So you've achieved some level of engagement in your neighborhood, and my question is, how do we roll that out across other neighborhoods from a community perspective, not so much from regulations and that type of thing, but what do you have any ideas on that, or is that something you want to kind of work on?
I think we geographically have to identify our neighborhoods. And what do I mean by that? Our neighborhood is defined by canyons. We have a canyon that separates us between our neighborhood, Foster Road, and, for example, College Hill, deep canyon. On the east side of us also is a deep canyon that separates us from Aztec Ridge. And so if we start to identify neighborhoods almost like CERT zones, then we've got to go out and seek people and just use our network in Los Gatos to identify who potentially could lead this for a neighborhood and would have the passion to do that.
Great.
So that's one of the things I would do.
Okay, we will have plenty of opportunity to work on it. So thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
Karen Yamamoto on Zoom.
Karen doesn't have her hand up. If she'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, she raised her hand.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
There you go. All right. Thank you for putting this finally on the measure. And yes, I totally support having an emergency manager, because it's not just the fires that we have to be concerned with. We have earthquakes in California. We're on a major fault, and there's not much of an evacuation awareness on if we have to get out of Los Gatos, what are safe routes. And it sounds like the main concern is communicating with the residents. And it's something that a full-time emergency manager would actually be responsible for. And helping us residents to prepare for that. I was in the 89 earthquake, and my family home was structurally fine, but everything else inside was a total disaster. So knowing what to do and having a plan, and what emergency services, how are emergency services going to be able to get to people? Now, we have one other thing that we need to actually consider. With these huge buildings that are being considered, Ace Hardware, we have the North 40 Phase 2, which is 7 stories. We have New Towns development, which is 2 7-story buildings. These are huge buildings. In case of an earthquake, what is our plan to get those people out of those buildings? Because you know they're not going to go up structurally sound. So I fully support this. I have one other thought that I want to put down. Is there any way that we can put the weed abatement part money and mix it in with the emergency management, or does that have to keep separate? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll follow up on that after we close public comment. We have someone coming forward, and we have Peter Hertan, who's next.
Thank you, and good evening. So I've been involved with CERT since 2010, and I took on the leadership of the amateur radio emergency communication in 2013 and worked with the Sergeant Kerry Harris of the PD to develop the latest edition of the town's emergency operations plan. And we made sure that certainly emergency communication was part of it. What I wanted to talk about today is community involvement by way of what Councilmember Badami talked about. So I live on off Kennedy on Teresita, and we're in the WUI, and we have 35 homes in this little section of east side of Los Gatos, and all of us were dropped by our traditional insurance carrier, not renewed because of the fire risk. So every one of us had to join Fair Plan. So this is about 2 years ago. And my fire insurance went from $600 a year to $6,000. So that's typical for roughly a 1 acre lot. What one of us did of the 35 residences called Fair last year and said, how do we reduce our premiums? And Fair said, get your community to create the FireWise, comply with the FireWise regulations so that you can be certified as a FireWise community, and you'll get a discount of up to 10%. So this is Rhonda Rader, who took the leadership in our community. Community, in this particular case, is 35 homes. In CERT, you know, we have roughly 13,000 residences in Los Gatos, Montesrino. We have 13 CERT areas, 9 of which are equipped and trained. A neighborhood, for purposes of the WUI and FireWise certification, has to be like 25 to 100. As Rob was saying, his 100, ours are 35, maybe we'll go to 50. I think the important thing to concentrate on is how to carry the message about the value of FireWise community certification. Because not only are you prepared and have a defensible zone, but you learn how to survive in a fire. And it's not good enough for one community to be survivors, because the wind carries those ashes, those embers, and so everybody's at risk. So we have to encourage, and this is new for Los Gatos, to have everybody become, in the WUI, become part of a FireWise community. Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you for the comments and for the work that you're doing on this. I did look up FireWise. There are over 500 neighborhoods in California that participate in FireWise. I could only find Teresita within the boundaries of Incorporated Los Gatos. And most of the mountain communities with Los Gatos zip codes are FireWise, but this is something we have not done very much of in town. So thank you for doing that.
And I think Rob Stump's got the newest one. It's about, I think it may be certified now. But that's the right pattern. That's the right program for the new emergency manager to facilitate.
Excellent.
And it gets great community involvement.
Susan Burnett?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thank you for staying up so late. My name is Susan Burnett, and I am on the Planning Commission, but I speak as a private citizen. And another way we could look at is updating our hillside development standards and guidelines. I noticed this was adopted by the council in January 2004, and I think maybe looking at what we allow to be built and what we shouldn't be allowing to be built would be a consideration, and also the quality of the homes and just general new guidelines for the times we're in right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that other idea forward. So I don't see any more comments, Zoom or in person. So I'll close the public portion, and are there questions or comments from the council? Councilmember Rennie.
So let me go to my concerns here. I don't have any problems with the idea of bringing in a emergency manager. Pretty much since our assistant town manager Arn left, we haven't been moving forward very fast on our plan. We had a plan, and I think we've just updated our CWPP, and there's probably more things in there to work on. So I don't have any trouble with that. I'm a little more concerned on the $1 million. The way this is written, it's written as a blank check, and as long as I've been here, I've never written a blank check that just said, go spend $1 million how you like, without any kind of plan of how we're going to do that. And, you know, part of the questions in my mind, well, is this $1 million going to cover some of the other things we spent money on? You know, like, are they going to absorb the CERT program, for example, so PD can do something else or save money some other way? Does the $1 million include more vegetation management? I believe we still have about $1.5 million in vegetation management, and I know from past discussions with Parks and Public Works that we can only go so fast, so putting more money in this year isn't going to help that. Rob Stump had a nice list of things we could work on, but none of that's listed here. I think there's a lot of other resources to leverage too. Are we going to do that? We pay the county fire in the neighborhood of $25 million a year. They have a lot of experts. Are we going to leverage them? Maybe you want to do things like know whether the fire hydrants have enough water. Well, can't we just hand that off to them? So I don't see any kind of plan of how this money's going to be smartly spent. When I looked at this, I started thinking, well, gee, I got a campfire that's jumped out of my pit, and I'm going to throw a bunch of $100 bills on it hoping to smother it, versus being a plan where I had a bucket of water ready instead. So when I look at that, that's the problem I have. I don't see a plan behind this blank $1 million check.
Let me speak to that. I don't know all the elements that would go in there. One, the money needs to be available in the course of an emergency. So if tomorrow a fire starts, an earthquake occurs, and I need to spend $200,000 towards it under an emergency authorization, there's $200,000 authorized, and the code would authorize me to spend it as the emergency director. What specific initiatives would we potentially put out there? I don't know what the emergency manager would believe is the best approach going forward. Do we leverage grants? Absolutely. So we may be paying a firm to apply for those grants. Do we have wildland vegetation management funds? Yes, we have $1.8 million that are encumbered right now that we will start moving on to do more of the roadside vegetation management. What other initiatives, Chris, are you going to push for this $1 million? I don't know. It may be that we spend $95,000 on a staff person to start now, and a little bit of money to do basic initiatives, and the majority of that funding stays in a reserve fund that just gets carried over, like most of the reserve funds that we've had before. This last 2 months, I signed $31 million of carryovers where the council budgeted money and didn't expend it, but had initiatives that they were carrying that money over for. So I expect this funding source isn't one that we're just going to start writing checks and waste it. But there could be things that immediately need to proceed. If it's greater than $100,000, it still has to come to council for approval on a contract. And so there's still accountability controls where the council will have visibility and knowledge and approval of certain types of expenditures. A $20,000 contract for a grant writer to write, a multi-million-dollar grant for something, yeah, I could always bring that to council, but that's within our signing authority. And with the $1 million, yes, we could technically just proceed without council knowing. But the whole point of what we're doing and doing it this quickly is not to hide the efforts, but to put that front and center for the community to see, because of the questions that we're getting. Are we ready? What's Los Gatos going to do? Are we prepared? And being a person that had to live through these in other communities and still talk to folks that are impacted down south, and there have been places that have burned down in Los Angeles within the last 6 months, I want the public to see what we're doing. So my commitment is not to spend it if we don't have to, but to spend it for things that are effective.
So is that then a commitment to come back with more of a plan once I assume you really need to get the emergency manager in place, but to come back with, because just to tell the public, we got $1 million ready to spend, that really doesn't say we have a plan that's going to do something.
We have some of the plans already that were been worked on over the last 5 years. The expectation is you've just set aside $1 million so that if a disaster happens now, the money is there. What are we going to spend it in terms of the emergency manager? That's what I'm looking to the emergency manager to work with to ensure we know what we're going to do. It's a coordinated plan. But my expectations of a manager isn't what we typically do in government. You hire the position, and then we start doing plans and start planning and spend months and months and months trying to figure out the things we're going to do. I expect to both be planning and implementing at the same time. Now, implementation doesn't necessarily mean a ton of money. I've already had conversations with our building official about wildland standards that could be implemented that we're not currently implementing, that we could do with existing staff in addition to contracts. So there are other efforts that we're going to proceed with. But if you want a plan, you definitely are going to get one. It's just not going to be one that's the pretty binder that says, okay, we just spent 2 months putting this together. Now we can start implementing. It's going to be things that we start to populate and implement at the same time.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't need a pretty binder, but right now there's no structure at all in what's written. That's just the problem I had with it.
Maybe would just comment a little bit that, I recently took the time to read the ad hoc committee report, and the report that was provided to us by the assistant town manager, I believe, in the last council meeting, which reflected the county's efforts as well. I don't think there's any shortage of things that we can be doing. I think there's a shortage of people to get them done. So we have this amount of money that we received, but I suspect that we just don't have the project management capability to get that done, and it's clearly outlined in there. Maybe there's some things in that plan that we're going to take a look at, and we're going to say, okay, that really didn't make that much of a difference in LA. Maybe, we shouldn't do that. I think that there's enough of a list in there of items that the council ratified unanimously and got a report from staff about it, and then unfortunately we didn't make enough progress on it. So I think that there is enough of a plan and structure to this. What I did ask for when we got that plan was to have regular update on how we're doing, including percent complete. And so I think this matter has to come back to the council on a quarterly basis. I think we need to understand how we're planning to use that money and how community engagement is progressing as well. And again, I was kind of new on the council. I didn't put that into the motion, but I I'm hopeful that we will have that kind of engagement where this is a topic for the council every quarter. Mayor.
Councilmember Badami can go first. She had her hand up first.
Thank you. So the topography of Los Gatos just really puts us at high risk. We've got prominence of slopes, moderate to steep. And if you think about it, you know, just for educational purposes, I'm sure Mr. Stump could have told us if he had more than 3 minutes, but a fire on a slope can produce flames twice the length and travel as much as 1.5 times faster than a fire on level ground. We have a prominence of heavy fuel, which is interpreted as grass, trees, dense brush, and has a propensity to spread a fire much more quickly because it burns more quickly. Also, the WUI, which includes wildlands, open fields with vegetation, trees and shrubs with high combustibility. These factors, combined with dry climatic conditions and winds, produce high probability that structures will burn down during a wildfire. So we need to understand and improve evacuation routes. We need to have better education throughout Los Gatos, especially with the expectation of high density and increased population in meeting our state mandated housing numbers. So I fully support the full-time emergency manager position. And again, that $1 million might seem like a lot of money, but I just read results that the Los Gatos wildfires are expected to exceed $250 billion in damage. So, I mean, what's the loss of life and property? We have to act, and we have to act now.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you to our town manager and assistant town manager for your careful consideration of this important issue. I think this has been on all of our minds, and so I really appreciate you all bringing this forward. I think that this sort of investment is critical to ensure that the town of Los Gatos is doing everything that we can to be prepared and protect our residents and our community. And I agree that we have a variety of plans out there that do need staff time to implement and a careful prioritization to make happen. Just a few pieces of feedback I'll provide. First, and the staff report talks about this, but just to dive into this a little bit more, I think that one of the most key parts of this new position will be helping educate our community about what the government is capable of doing and what the government is not capable of doing, and residents being prepared accordingly. I think that while we're all thinking about wildfire, it's important for the town of Los Gatos to provide residents with resources necessary for them to be prepared for all kinds of disasters. In the wake of these wildfires and also in the wake of the Hawaii wildfires, I have personally heard, opinions and anecdotes from people in town that really concern me. And it seems that there is a not insignificant number of people who think that the government is going to take care of them no matter what. And as people in government, I think we know that is, not true. In LA, there were embers flying off of trees that went 2 miles, and there was, there's simply nothing you can do when there are those sort of firestorms like that. 2 comments that I want to highlight that we heard this evening that I think are particularly pertinent. One from our town manager, Mr. Chris Constantine, that there is no disaster where the government alone will be the solution. I think that is absolutely a message that we need to get out to the community. So I really appreciate your thoughtfulness there. I think that's very true. And I think I'm very, very grateful to have your experienced leadership in this area leading our town on this. I think that's a important change for our community. And then Mr. Stump talked about the need for WUI homeowners to harden their homes. I think that is also absolutely critical. I think that as we talk about sort of this new phase of emergency preparedness, and how I often think about this is responding properly to the realities of climate change and the natural disasters that are associated with that, I think it's going to be increasingly important for residents to understand their role. And I think that home hardening that you're talking about and the understanding of what it means to live in the WUI is really important. And so I'll just add that I think a really important part of this role is going to be communications and communication strategies, both in terms of, emergency, what if the grid's down, what if, there is a wildfire and we need to get out, audio messages to our hillside residents, but also, what if there is a heavy rain and flooding where people still have access to the internet, but there are folks that need to be getting communication online, email, those sorts of things. I think that one of the most concerning things that I saw that was, I think, a preventable issue with the LA fires, and something that I heard from a number of my friends who I just saw, some of whom evacuated Santa Monica in the LA fires, was the massive amounts of misinformation that were out there. And both I think there were truly bad faith instances of misinformation where people were purposefully misleading people, but then also there were instances where the government was sending out inaccurate messages, and that's something I think that can really put people in danger. And so I think that is all going to be really important. I'll end with I think that being ready for disasters of all kinds is going to be really important. And so I think wildfires, earthquakes, heavy rain and associated flooding, prolonged power outages where residents are going to have to be prepared to be on their own for 24 to 48 to 72 hours, I think is important. And then we also have to think about, and this is, I think, especially where the partnership with the police department comes in, human-made disasters, when it comes to unrest and terrorism and cyber attacks. And so, I'll end with to Councilmember Rennie's point and the mayor's point. I do think that reporting regularly back to the town council on this, on progress and how we're action planning and major expenses are where that money is being spent is going to be really important. I think both for our education and for the community's education. I think this is clearly something that we're all very passionate about and thinking a lot about. So very, very much appreciate your attention to this, and we're super grateful to have the leadership we do in the town of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Councilor Badami.
I believe we might make a motion to extend the time because we're almost at midnight.
Yeah, could we have someone move to 12:15?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to extend the time to 12:15.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimously, 12:15 it is. Further comments on this? Councilmember Rennie.
So change my tone a little bit from the concern to, well, actually it's another concern. A lot of our focus is Los Gatos, but the fires don't stop at the border. I'm worried about, we could do all kinds of vegetation management and you harden your home, that's going to help. But if a really hot fire gets started 10 feet over the border, it's not going to stop. So I want us to think a little bit about what's outside of Los Gatos. I know a few months ago somebody wanted to build a fire road between Aztec Ridge and I forgot whether it's top of Cypress or Foster or whatever it was. And I walked that road and it had manzanita above my head, and that stuff burns hot with a lot of oil in it. So there's a lot of that thought that should go on. It was not very far outside Los Gatos that you could really get the fire raging. So I want us to also be thinking about fire breaks or getting the county or Mid-Penn Open Space, make sure that they're doing their job near Los Gatos. I wouldn't assume that it's happening, and I hope we can do some kind of survey of that sort. So that was my other input.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I mean, I don't think I need to add on to everybody else. You know, we all view this as, you know, an existential risk to our community. And, you know, I was in my house on Broadway in August of 1997 when there was a fire that started by the Cat's Restaurant and went up the hillside and burned 6 or 8 homes. And, you know, I came home and there were actually giant embers flying through the almond grove. And it was a lot of luck. You know, it was a very, very windy day, but it was lucky that downtown didn't burn. And I just remember the absolute terror there. And so, you know, we're on the side of we still have our community, we have our buildings, we need to do what we can to protect it. And I appreciate our town manager's hard-earned experience with what works and doesn't and lessons learned in fire. I appreciate the work of our assistant town manager for everything you've done to forward the plan that we've got. And I agree that we need a full-time manager to oversee this and advance it. In 5 years, will we need somebody full-time? Maybe, who knows how it goes. But I think right now, we do need somebody right now. And given that we would have the opportunity to be updated on where expenditures are going, that we may or may not want to wait until that person starts if there's firework we want to do. I'm also in favor of authorizing the $1 million. So I'd like to make the motion, if that's a, oh.
I have a couple of just really quick last comments, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So a few other really quick things I meant to mention. I think growing CERT, absolutely mission critical. I think it will be super, super important no matter what. Strengthening our relationship with the Santa Clara County Fire Department, I think, you know, of increasing importance. And then 2 quick things, more substantive. One, I think figuring out what we're going to do about the rest of the eucalyptus trees that exist in Los Gatos, I think is going to be really important. That's really expensive, and I think something that we're going to need a plan on. And I know we have plans, you know, about and adjacent to. And then the last comment I wanted to touch on that I heard from the public was from Ms. Burnett. I think the comment about hillside development is super important. I don't know that that will be something that this person necessarily is spending a ton of time on, but I think this, I don't know. I think we really need to think about limiting hillside development in every way we can, because there are, I think, parts of our town and the hillsides that just should not be built in. So that's what I got.
Okay.
Very productive comments. Are we ready for a motion? Councilmember Risto.
Yeah, so I'll move to add a full-time emergency manager position to fiscal year 24-25 budget and approve an expenditure budget adjustment of $1 million for emergency management efforts from the available special capital projects reserve.
Member Badami.
Second.
Okay. I wanted to add a comment before we vote, and that is that the town is truly remarkable in the engaged residents that we have, and I appreciate, you know, I came into this thinking that we need to just recreate what we did 4 or 5 years ago. It worked to get us so far. I am of a changed opinion that I think the lead on this should come from our town management. I think they are capable and understand it. What I would like to see, and again, I don't know if it needs to be an amendment, but I would like to see a quarterly report on progress that we're making, so that as mayor, I don't forget and drop it for too long. And I think it's the plan is understanding the progress that we're making and how the money is being spent. Maybe we're not spending it fast enough. I don't know.
Okay, I can make that amendment.
If I may, I heard the updates. No motion is necessary, and so we'll come back regularly and present. I just don't want to commit to a specific schedule. If it comes monthly, it's a monthly. If it's, you know, a couple of months later, that's fine. But we will make sure that you see the progress of what we're expending, what are we doing, and where are we going.
Okay, and I had one other comment, and that is that we should continue to be creative about the ways that we're engaging the community. And so I know, Town Manager, you've come to know a number of people in your couple of months here who have expertise, input, and commitment. And I don't think we need a formal committee or commission at this point. But I also think that we need to have that ongoing engagement with them, and we might want to have that once we have a plan. Once town management can really take the lead on this, and because there's a wealth of information and commitment that, you know, we really need to have. And if we're going to convince the rest of our residents that they need to do something with their homes, that the city, the town government isn't going to do it for them, then that engagement group is absolutely key to making that credible. So, just a thought that we need to incorporate community engagement, perhaps in a more formal way. This is not the time for it, in my mind, because town management is stepping up. Councilmember Rennie.
I guess I just need to add, of course I'm going to support this because it's important, but I am a little uncomfortable with the blank check aspect of the way this was written. You know, yes, it's important, but I'm not completely, you know, as some have said, you know, I'm reluctantly supporting because I'm a little uncomfortable on the blank check. And I particularly want to make sure we are not just tossing our money at it, that we're using it effectively, and that we're looking at ways to leverage the other resources, as you said, grant writing or getting county fire, you know, using our manager to get your county fire to do things, because we do give them on the order of $25 million a year. Let's get some more out of them if we can, versus them going to a squeakier wheel kind of thing. Look at other opportunities to leverage other resources, not just toss our own money at it.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Let's move on to item number 19, and then we have 6, and then we have council matters. Yes.
I just, before we start this next item, because of the location of my home, I've been recused from all discussions on the Tate Avenue property, and so I'm recused from this item. So with that, I'm actually going to say good night.
Good night. Thank you. Okay. So item number 19 is a resolution declaring town-owned property at 4 Tate to be exempt status. So do we have a report on that?
Yes, thank you. So this pertains to a former firehouse that's owned by the town at 4 Tate. The town council is interested in exploring sale or lease of the property. The State Surplus Lands Act provides that as a general rule, surplus property needs to be offered to low-income housing developers or open space managers before it's disposed of. However, there's an exemption for property that's under half an acre that's not located next to affordable housing or open space. And so 4 Tate does qualify for that exemption. In order to utilize the exemption, the town is required to adopt a resolution finding that the property is exempt surplus land as defined by the State Surplus Lands Act. The town staff has prepared a proposed resolution for the council and shared it with the State Department of Housing Community Development, and HCD has approved this resolution that is in the town council's packet. And so as a first step toward disposition of the property, staff is asking the council to consider adoption of the resolution that's in the packet.
And if I could follow up, this is not an item that will determine the disposition of the property. It's not an item that will look at the monetary aspect of it or even the use of proceeds if there were to be.
No, this is just the first step that's required in order for the town to dispose of the property. And part of the motion is to authorize the town manager to pursue options and make future recommendations to the town council.
Thank you. Questions from council? Okay. I will open this to the public. I have two cards, Lee Quintana and then Lee Fago.
Good morning. Okay. I'd just like to make some comments. First of all, this site is within the Broadway Historic District, which has not been noted in the report. And I have to disclose that I'm a member of the Historic Preservation Committee, but I am not speaking on behalf of the committee. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I support and have supported in the past that this property is more appropriate as a residential use than as a commercial use. My concern here is that between the general plan of 2020 and the general plan of 2040, the zoning and general plan on this site was changed to commercial CBD and C2 zoning. So the proposed use now that is being looked into of residential is no longer consistent with the general plan or the zoning. And that's a concern to me as to how that fits into the process. I'd also like to note that in looking at the updated general plan and zoning map as of March 2024, the site seems to have been removed from the historic district, and it is, I thought, and has been located in the Broadway Historic District in the past. And I don't know of any motion that was made to remove it. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Those are things we might be able to follow up on. So thank you. And maybe I could get a motion to extend another 10 minutes to 12:20. Vice Mayor?
Move to extend the meeting till 12:20.
Second.
Second.
Okay, Badami seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Mr. Fago.
Good evening. Good morning. I'll try to be as expedient as I can up here. I agree with many of the points that you just heard from Lee number 2, and now Lee number 1 is speaking. So I do actually agree with her on a lot of things. That as a building in the historic district, formerly as a fire station, as a museum, and there have even been grade school classes conducted on that site, that this be preserved and that it would do well as a community resource with several long-serving groups in our community, in our town, such as the Kiwanis, the veterans, and several other organizations. If they were able to use that facility for their meetings, for storage of their equipment and so forth, because that has been problematic for them. And I think if the town were to either sell it to one of those groups for $1 and then require that whichever group acquires it, that they then must manage, make improvements, and allow these other nonprofit groups, community groups, to be able to use it as well, I think it would be very beneficial to the entire town and allow us to preserve some of the character of that area. The building does need to be refurbished, and I believe some of these groups would be eager to do so, and they would work together to do that. And Plan B, maybe instead of selling for $1, rent it to them for $1 a year, with the provision they allow other groups to come in and that it be preserved by them, updated as needed. So those are my thoughts on 4 Tate Avenue. So,
Okay,
and
thank
a
you.
very good meeting tonight. It's you guys accomplished a heck of a lot. So thank you, and the town staff as well.
Any questions? No? Okay. Anyone on Zoom want to speak on this?
We had one hand on Zoom. Karen
Yes.
Yamamoto.
Yes.
Hi. Regarding the Tate, I've always known it as the Tate Museum, and it's a historical building built in 1926. That means it's almost 100 years old. You want to take that away from our heritage, our little community, and just sell it? I really have some concerns about what are we preserving here. It's part of our history. It's part of our town. It's been longer here than most of all of us. We need to preserve some of our history. And I can tell you, both of my children went on field trips there. I brought thousands of kids on field trips there. You know, we really, really need to preserve what little is left of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your suggestions. Any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. So I'll just add a thought, and this was why I asked the question. Nothing in the action that's in front of us today would take away from the ability of the council to decide how it's to be used or how its history is to be preserved. This is a step that allows a forward movement with this building that has been, frankly, just has been in limbo for quite a long time. But there's nothing here that talks about historic, not preserving the historic aspects, or even the role that building has played for the community in providing service to the community, whether it was a firehouse or a museum. Those are all things that are completely within the purview of the council in future discussions. Would someone like to make a motion on this or have other points on that? Yes. Councilmember Badami.
Sure, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move to adopt a resolution declaring town-owned property at 4 Tate Avenue to be exempt surplus land pursuant to the State Surplus Land Act, Government Code Section 54221 F1B, and authorizing the town manager to pursue disposal of the property and make recommendations to the town council.
Vice Mayor?
Second.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0, 1 recusal. Let's move on to item number 6 that was pulled from our agenda earlier. I don't know that we need to have a full staff report on this. Maybe we could go right to the concerns that were raised in deciding to pull this, and staff could respond to those maybe. Councilmember Rennie.
Well, I just said I didn't really want to discuss it. I just want to be able to vote no on it. I don't agree with the findings in it.
Right, okay. I had a comment about the findings, and I thought that the findings were a little bit different than what was reflected in the listening to the tape of the council, where the term error and abuse was not used in the council, but it did appear in the resolution. and it seemed to be that the town attorney restated the findings by focusing on information, additional information. It's more of a comment at this point than trying to change this, because I think the effect is the same, but I didn't want to leave the impression that there was discussion or a finding that our planning commission had made an error. So that's just my comment on this. I do have, for public comment, I have a card, Christian Uricariot, and I don't know whether they're here. Yes, okay, thank you.
Quick point of order.
Yes.
It's now 12:17. I think we should probably.
Okay. All right. Hoping that our council matters will be short, I would ask for a motion to 12:25.
Motion for 12:25 extension of the meeting.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Okay. Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let's go.
Hi, Christian Ricari, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. I present, I'm actually the appellant and the husband of Helen Martinez. And I think you just answered my questions that I had in the initial comments. I was literally having dinner at home with my family when I heard the item was pulled. I didn't really know what that meant. So I was here just to understand whether it was issues with the draft resolution that had to be solved, or if there was any concerns with the appeal itself. If anything is being reconsidered or not, but I think you just answered my questions in the initial comments, so I have no additional comments if that's indeed the case.
Thank you. Having mercy.
Thank you.
Move back and see whether council has any questions of staff, further questions of staff on this.
We have one hand raised on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Helen?
Oh, hello. Thank you so much. No, I'm sorry. I am Commissioner Garrett's wife. I had the same question about whether this was the technicality on the resolution or whether it was something changing, but that the appeal was granted in and of itself. So more of a question than a comment, but I think that was just answered. I apologize. We've been waiting all night. This was unexpected. We even had other neighbors on the call for a few hours. So thank you so much for all that you do. I won't take up more time. Thank you.
Thanks for bearing with us. Okay, questions of staff? Would someone like to offer a motion? Councilmember Badami.
I move to adopt a resolution in Attachment 1 granting an appeal of a Planning Commission decision to approve an architecture and site application for the construction of a single-family residence and site improvements requiring a grading permit on vacant property zoned R-18 and remanding the decision back to the Planning Commission with specific direction.
Thank you. Second? Vice Mayor?
Second.
Okay, further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Passes 3-1 with 3-1, one absence. Okay. Thank you on that. And the only thing is council matters and manager matters, and I would...
And then closed session report.
Okay. So let's start with council matters. Councilmember Rennie.
I have nothing of substance to report.
Vice Mayor?
I was appointed as chair of the West Valley Sanitation District. I was appointed to the VTA Board of Directors and attended my first meeting there, attended my first meeting as a finance commissioner, met with residents and community leaders like Melissa Torn from KCAT, the executive director of the Youth Science Institute, Pamela Bentley Mills, and the chair of the DEI Commission, Gordon Yamate. Also met with the developer of the Meadows, attended San Jose Spotlight Editors Coffee, Home First Homeless Memorial, had my community coffee, and held my first Young Leaders Group.
Wow, that's a lot. Thank you. Councilmember Badami.
On January 8th, I met with the development team of the Los Gatos Meadows rebuild. On January 13th, I attended a meeting of the Finance Commission. And On January 16th, I met with the executive director of KCAT, and that's all I have.
Thank you. And I met with some residents concerning development and concerning older adults. So let's move to town manager matters.
Just one update. We have 2 appointments to the Finance Commission that I'd like to announce. Mayor Hudis has reappointed Joe Rogers, and Councilmember Risto has appointed Adam Fisher. That ends my report.
Okay, thank you. And so we need a closed session report.
Thank you. Earlier this evening, the town council met in closed session to conference with the town's labor negotiators, to conference with real property negotiators, to discuss 2 matters of anticipated litigation and 1 matter of existing litigation, and there's no reportable action.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to the end of the agenda. This meeting's adjourned.